Good morning, everyone. A call to order this regular meeting of council. We're going to begin by providing a land acknowledgement. I just want to say that in honor of Truth and Reconciliation Day, which was officially on Saturday, the town hosted an event at the Recreation Centre that was really quite moving, incredibly fun, and I just think it was a real positive step in the right direction. We had a pipe ceremony followed by a feast, and then the event was open to the public, and we had a round dance that went till 11:30, which by our standards is late, by their standards is early, because these things, I guess, will often go until the dawn. And it was really quite incredible. It was a good time. And so I just want to express my appreciation for that. And in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we're gathered in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Sitsica, Kainai, and Pekanai First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we're located within the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. Now looking to the agenda for today, I believe there's an addition.
There is.
Dr.
We have
Cottle?
one item, the Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties LTD litigation. So we'll ask that council take the meeting in camera to prevent disclosure of solicitor-client privilege in accordance with Section 27(1)A of FOIP.
Great, thank you. And just on that note, at some point we will go in camera when a decision on the Three Sisters matter has been released. I expect that will be after the public hearing, but it could be any time after that. And so while I put this in, I'll add this as item K, oh, where is it here? K1. We'll actually go to it at some point earlier than the end of the meeting for sure. Okay, and seeing no other changes, then I will move that we approve the agenda for October 3rd, 2023 regular meeting of council as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'm just noting that Councillor Mara is joining us by Zoom today, and therefore I'm looking all over the place to see hands in the air. All right, so we will now move to the public hearing. I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-22. The purpose of this bylaw is to adopt a new Palliser Trail area structure plan. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will make a presentation to set a context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. And I believe Mr. Cairns is right there on the screen. Welcome to the public hearing, Mr. Cairns.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you. And apologies I wasn't able to be there in person, but I'm happy to introduce this virtually. As you know, it's an exciting project that we brought to Council for first reading last month. So I'll start us off with just a really brief presentation today to recapitulate some of those really critical components of the plan before turning it back for the next step. All right, is the presentation showing?
Yes.
Thank you. So today, as I mentioned, I'm here to introduce Bylaw 2023-22, which is probably better known as the updated Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan. And that's the result of a 9-month expedited review of the existing ASP for this part of town. As I mentioned, this bylaw was given first reading on September 5th, and then today I'll briefly recap just the key components for the public hearing today. So as a reminder, the existing Palliser Trail ASP was first adopted by council back in the year 2000, and this covered an area that was situated east of Highway 1 and west of Silvertip Resort, with Palliser Trail bisecting the area. The original ASP was prepared by Southwell Trapp and Associates on behalf of the Alberta Social Housing Corporation, who was the primary landowner at the time, and the purpose was to create a general framework for future subdivision and developments in the area. Today, the majority of land is owned by the town of Canmore, the province, and Canmore Community Housing. When this plan was first drafted, it provided a vision that reflected a very different point in time. And this is one that had emphasized the development of a mix of highway-oriented commercial and tourism uses. So in January of this year, a review of the ASP was launched to first and foremost respond to the urgency of the housing crisis. And an expedited review was determined as appropriate to ensure we could enable more housing units more quickly and get shovels in the ground sooner. It was also initiated to ensure the plan remained relevant in today's context, as a lot has changed since the year 2000. And finally, to make sure developments that did occur would support the current priorities of town, council, and the community, including things like sustainability and the environment. Unique to this plan is it was the first town-led ASP, so it presents a pretty unique opportunity to provide a greater level of control over the future vision and development that will occur in this area. The expedited review was completed through several key phases of work over 9 months, as shown here. This started off with background research and internal engagement. And what that did was it involved a detailed review of the current ASP and allowed us to assess it against council-approved plans, bylaws, and strategies to identify any gaps and opportunities. This led to the second phase of work, where we drafted key policy options, informed by the research in the first phase and with input from key stakeholders such as Canmore Community Housing. And then in March, we went out to the public to hear what they thought. We had a 3-week engagement period where we heard from nearly 300 members of the community through one of our events, as well as many, many more through access to the project's information online. From there, we shifted into the policy refinement phase, where we made adjustments and conducted a review based on what we heard through the engagement. And then our final phase was, of course, drafting the plan itself, which was first introduced at a council briefing in mid-August, and was provided a first reading on September 5th. And it was at that meeting on September 5th that the plan was referred to today for public hearing, as well as second and third reading. So the 9-month review resulted in an updated ASP that more closely aligns with current council and community priorities in response to the housing crisis. First and foremost, the plan introduces a brand new land use concept that will better support the creation of a compact, complete, mixed-use community that will offer residents to their daily needs, all within a short walking distance. The character of the area will be defined by its variety of building types, a variety of housing options, a mix of land uses, and a distribution of open spaces, each helping foster a more diverse, inclusive, and equitable community. The proposed mixed-use areas, shown on the screen with the horizontal lines, will serve as the heart of the neighborhood, providing significant opportunity for local serving commercial and job space in mixed-use buildings, and then with affordable or attainable housing options located on the upper floors above. As you move away from this neighborhood heart, the adjacent residential areas are anticipated to provide a more broad mix of housing options, ranging everything from ground-oriented forms such as townhouses to low and mid-rise buildings. Building heights will peak around 6 stories near the center of the plan's area, cascading down to a more distributed 3, 4, and 5 stories, with localized variations to help support some of our urban design objectives around sunlight exposure and the creation and preservation of views. In total, this new land use concept will support the creation of up to 1,300 homes, and an incredibly ambitious housing policy has been added to this plan, which will ensure that at a minimum, 75% of those 1,300 units would be secured long-term as more non-market affordable housing. Secondly, layered on top of the land use concept was a new multimodal transportation and mobility network that will provide new linkages between development areas and the rest of Canmore, while also providing more affordable options for residents to travel. There will be new roadways with walking and cycling facilities depending on the streets, and then brand new pathways that will offer desirable pedestrian routes that connect with the broader trail system. Perhaps most importantly, and something to note, is that this does include a new grade-separated crossing of the Trans-Canada Highway, better linking Palliser Trail area to the rest of town. These additions would be complemented by the expansion of transit service to provide a more affordable option for travel within Canmore, and also reducing congestion on roadways for those that do still need to use a vehicle. This network will also link together a collection of parks and open spaces, as you can see on the map, and provide new opportunities for things like playgrounds, plazas, and centrally located off-leash dog park, which has also been identified and is shown on the map with the tree symbol. Now, beyond the land use concept, the transportation and the public realm concept, we do have a whole suite of new updated development policy that aligns with current town objectives, bylaws, plans, and strategies. So, for example, this includes a new urban design framework that focuses on supporting the creation of views from private and public spaces, ensuring privacy of units, sunlight exposure, and new measures to help mitigate noise pollution from Highway 1. New green development standards have also been introduced that implement the recommendations of the Climate Action Plan, and this includes a bold new requirement that would see all new municipal and non-market affordable housing buildings be built to be near net zero. So providing better livability for the residents while also responding to the climate crisis. Wildlife corridor protections have also been enhanced, and this includes new requirements that would actually see more land added to the protected area of the wildlife corridor than we see today. And then finally, additional policies towards sustainability and the environment have also been added, and this includes things like new planting guidelines, tree retention policies, as well as the use of green infrastructure for stormwater management. Together, each of these individual components weave together to ensure the Palliser Trail area will develop moving forward in a way that better aligns to council and community priorities and also responds to the urgency of the housing crisis. So I'll leave it there, and the recommendation following the public hearing is that council give second and third readings to the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns, for your presentation. I wonder if you could just elaborate a little bit more on how this area structure plan will or will not affect the lower Silvertip wildlife corridor going forward. We're going to put more people there. Anecdotally, you would think that that might have some challenges.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Graham. Yeah, it's a good point. I think it's something we've seen as well, even just with increases in trail use over time. So the ASP will provide two benefits to the area. One is as subdivision occurs on the remaining undeveloped parcels, there is an opportunity for us to actually get that land dedicated and protected indefinitely in the future and designated officially as a wildlife corridor, as some of the areas right now are only conceptually identified as a wildlife corridor without the actual protections. So this would enhance the amount of protected area. Some new guidelines were also put in which align with best practices. So that includes actually requiring all new buildings to have a 20-meter setback from the wildlife corridor boundaries. So we do have a better buffer zone in that area. And then as the plan does get implemented over time, as development does occur, it will align with some of the recommendations that would come out from the lower Silvertip management plan, which is currently in draft form and will be coming to council in the future.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I commend your vision on this initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll now move forward with the public verbal submissions. To introduce this part of the public hearing, council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We'll be using a countdown timer to help us stay on track. You can see it on the wall there. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on the live web stream of this hearing and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now, I will open the floor to speakers, first based upon those registered. We have a handful that registered ahead of time. And then if anyone is present in chambers who wishes to speak, we'll be in a rotating between those who wish to speak in favor, in opposition, or a neutral position. I don't think any of the guests are joining by Zoom, right? Okay. So our first speaker, just going to go in the order that they were received. Boda, Ian O'Donnell. Mr. O'Donnell.
Good morning.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
There we go.
Oh,
Good morning, Your
and
Worship
Mr.
and Council. We are actually co-presenting today, and so my presentation is rather short, and I will then turn it over to our Housing Action Committee Chair, Ms. Jessica Carpat, to use the remainder of our collective time.
Okay, very good. Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of our board and 251 member businesses, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts at this public hearing on the Palliser Area Structure Plan. Today, we're here to offer feedback to enhance and improve the overall ASP and subsequent stages during the approval and implementation process. Let me begin by commending administration for their efforts to date on this ASP, bringing a considerable amount of information together in a very short period of time. Its well-executed public engagement process and commitment to expedited delivery to help address a diversity of critical housing needs in our community. Well done. Given our housing crisis, bold moves such as this ASP are required, but they should be measured and tempered to ensure high degrees of success and less risk to the town and taxpayers. Caution should be expressed with regards to the prescriptive nature and restrictive language that may impact the delivery of housing and overall financial stewardship of this plan. Clear and defined roles. As with any application, industry is looking to ensure that the Development Authority has clear separation from any future developer role. These must be kept distinct and with checks and balances in place to ensure a high level of rigor and integrity as outlined by the MGA and applicable town bylaws. Industry wants to bring value and be involved in the success of this ASP, and we have considerable experience to draw from, rely upon, and be supported by. We want to be an active participant in this ASP, its implementation, future delivery, and build-out. As such, we have struck a Housing Action Committee with contractors, developers, realtors, project managers, planners, architects, and engineers to proactively assist our members and provide helpful feedback to the town and other groups. This committee comes from a place of goodwill to be constructive in nature and with our community's collective best interest in mind. We want to support the town and CCH and others in this ASP and plan going forward. We also want to ensure that this is not merely an exercise in planning, but rather a successful, well-supported, highly participatory plan that has mutually beneficial outcomes for the entire community. As such, we look forward to continuing this respectful discussion and to ensure that we're all placing social, environmental, and economic lenses onto this ASP, such that future generations can enjoy the same opportunities and quality of life here in the Canmore and the Bow Valley. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Jessica Carpat, Chair of our Housing Action Committee, to elaborate on some of our points further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
Ms. Carpat, good morning.
Good morning. Try to avoid repetition. I had some similar messages.
You can move the mic down and then it will pick it. Perfect, thank you.
Making fun of my height. Good morning, Mayor Krausert, members of council. I'm before you today in my capacity as the chair of the Housing Affordability Committee, a volunteer and a director on the BODA board. I would like to start off by commending council and administration on the speed and efficiency in which this plan has come before council. You certainly can see council's and administration's passion to address this component of housing this affordability component. The Palliser ASP and efficient and effective growth within the Palliser ASP area. I hope that you see BODA's comments as constructive and are taken in the light in which they are meant to be helpful and to offer you the years of experience of our members so that council can achieve their outcome, housing affordability. I'm going to be working off of BODA's submission, but providing clarity where I think we could be a bit clearer on what we mean and what we think could be approved upon within this draft ASP. We hope that this is taken in the spirit of working together and offering recommendations to council on ways in which to improve this draft ASP. So with that, my first comment would be on the ASP language. The language within the ASP is rather restrictive. We would recommend that council consider reducing the amount of policy that uses shall and must. If council provides more flexibility on items that do not have technical or master planning certainty and redraft some policy to outline the goals and which should be explored rather than provide them as requirements, then at the next stage of planning, land use and conceptual scheme approval, the applicant could provide council clear rationale on what they were and were not able to accomplish and identify the technical reasons why.
So just to interrupt, I recognize you guys could have stood up and each done 5 minutes each, so we'll give you a little bit longer, but if we could just keep it concise, that'd be great.
I will. This will still ensure accountability on the items council deemed important as they would be reviewed at land use, but it would not require policy amendments to do so at the conceptual scheme stage. This document should provide guidance to the next stages of planning, but not create levels of red tape that would unnecessarily delay applications moving forward. I have some other points that I can bring up. If you'd like to hear some other examples where I think there could be improvements, please ask questions at the end of the presentation. I have some examples written down that could be helpful. Environmental goals and sustainability should also be encouraged but not made mandatory for either CCH or privately developed portions. Environmental requirements superseding provincial codes may preclude logical potential partners from considering this opportunity. BODA does want to partner and help build this out, and incentivization for sustainability goals should be considered and included. So density and heights, be bold. There is no view that this development could have the potential to go up to 6 stories. There's lots of capacity for units within this area, and try to maximize that capacity. Make the idea of partnering with the town to create more affordability and affordable housing appealing by balancing cost and return investment requirements of banks and other partners, and ensure success. As I know you are all aware, this development will not move forward quickly if it's not economically attractive. Speed is important because the affordability crisis will only deepen if quick action is not taken. Taking the time to get the language and policy right will avoid delays later. So speaking about costs, it's not clear in this document who is responsible for what when it comes to off-site and on-site improvements. If the town is building the wildlife fence along the corridor, then say so. If not, how will a complete fence be built comprehensively if it is the responsibility of each individual developer? The pedestrian bridge or underpass. I understand that there's capital set aside in the budget, but let's make it clear within the area structure plan. The pathway and sidewalk improvements. Those are all questions that when I read the ASP and the Housing Committee reviewed this ASP came into question, and that clarity could provide better potential for partners. The pedestrian bridge and underpass is an important component of transportation and safety within this community. It should be a priority of the towns to see this link created. Without this link, we will continue to see pedestrians take their lives into their own hands by crossing the highway unsafely. I'm sure you're aware of that. Operations and maintenance. It is important that an analysis the long-term operation and maintenance costs associated with this ASP infrastructure and to understand the impact on CCH, the town, and taxpayers. Finally, BODA members are here to support and provide access to years of planning, development, and construction expertise. The developments anticipated within the Palliser ASP must benefit the entire community and not be punitive by way of additional burden to taxpayers or by increasing development partners' risk or the cost of housing overall within the community. We would encourage council to ask questions and be inquisitive. We have many members of the Housing Committee at BODA that looked at this information and really wanted to help and make sure housing within Palliser ASP gets built. We want to be helpful to council and help this community welcome many more people. We are part of this community too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you both for your presentation. You seem to be alluding to the economic viability of these projects and that being a roadblock to them being developed. I wonder if you can further expand and help us understand why you think that's a concern at this point in time.
Councillor Graham, there are a number of details that make it hard for us to fully analyze this, but with the level of affordability that is looking to be achieved, and some of these lands not being within CCH's purview, there seems to be kind of a disconnect between the amount of investment required to get these developments moving forward and the level expectation that's on these developments. Developers that are trying to build today in Canmore struggle to make net zero work, struggle to make a level of affordability at a market basis work, while still, still trying to make ends meet. The construction costs are really quite high. And so what we're trying to advise council is really to try to position the town as a whole in incentivizing these features within the area so that the best public-private partnerships can be formed so that there can be quick and efficient housing built within this area.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell, Ms. Carpat. Real-world costing in the submission from BODA, it talks about a preliminary costing process. When that's done in the private sector when it comes to developing housing, what does that process look like? How long does it take?
So I can only speak to kind of my experience. Usually an opinion of a probable cost would be done within the supporting reports to understand what those upgrades would be done. It would be done by a professional engineer to kind of provide a high-level costing. There would be a budget created so that the overall understanding is there. It's done with a relative bit of conservatism because we are at such a high level of detail, high level of planning, not detail at this point. We're at 10,000 feet is how I would describe it. So understanding that, understanding the capital infrastructure, and then understanding how those costs are allocated by parcel, so that the overall economics of what is being put on the development and how much units are yielding from each of these different parcels can be evaluated.
Awesome, thank you. I have another question, if that's
Yep.
okay. You speak about sustainability and environmental requirements that supersede provincial codes may preclude potential partners. What do you mean by that?
So the cost of going to near net zero, maybe I should start with the new step code that's coming in. The new step code that's coming in, we'll be starting on January 1 with step 1 of the code. The path to net zero is not clearly defined within the code, and near net zero is also kind of a question mark for us. The idea of in this era of where we're struggling with increased construction costs, the cost of local labor, the ability to make things work even just as a private entity, you know, the costing of this additional requirement may limit potential partners. And perhaps some sort of incentivization or rationalization could be provided at the land use stage that would better position these projects when more detail is known. I believe it's a town initiative, it's a town project. There's certainly goals that council would like to see happen on these lands, and I can understand that, but perhaps they can be achieved in different ways.
Thank you so much.
And I'd just like to add to that, this ASB has a lot of noble intentions, and we really admire that, and we want to support that. But there needs to be a lens of realism as well. And I think one of the comments within that section of the letter was around potential partners. We want to have a lot of partners being able to be a part of this, and that includes lenders and insurers. And I think that's where some of the language in the ASP might complicate things down the road. And it's more just a heads up and making sure that we come together and we find the best path forward that allows more people to be part of this and that we can deliver this in an expedited manner.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. O'Donnell and Ms. Carpat. I've heard the word incentivization used here. Could you elaborate further on what you foresee what incentivization would mean to you guys?
Nope, go ahead.
Do you want to?
Well, I just think that, again, at this stage, we're at 10,000 feet. This is partially to allow council to look at and have administration consider a variety of options that other municipalities and other developers, both on the public and private sector, have done in the past to bring a buffet of options to achieve various goals. And so I think at this point, it's not to necessarily define those, it's to say that there's an option out there to provide a variety of approaches. And we've seen that across other municipalities, again, both on the public and private side with major master plan communities, where they've offered a variety of incentives, some monetary, others not, others, you know, whether it's an increase in hydro density or FAR, or other incentives that allow projects to move forward in a realistic way that allows some of these goals to still be achieved, but to make them palatable as well to deliver.
I think it's really interesting, Councillor Ma, the type of tools that municipal government has in their toolbox. And I mean, some of these really interesting tools that could be explored is if there is a public-private partnership, what if the lending came from the town side? Town has so much better access to lending and interest rates than a private developer would. So that incentivization, hey, it could be, well, the town does the lending, we can offer you a lower interest rate, and we get to net zero. What if there was, you know, as Ian mentioned, a bonusing in the heights? Well, I mean, there isn't much, you really want to create as much intensification within this area as possible while still providing the variety of units that you want to see within this area. So there really needs to be a balance. But I think there's a lot of different tools at your disposal that can incent private developers to offer up better partnerships with the municipality.
And just to build off of that, we've seen that already with Rundle House and The View, both purpose-built rental in a couple years ago, where additional height was provided in exchange for ensuring that they would remain purpose-built rental. And I think that's a win-win and a win for the community as well. And so just looking at those variety of options so that we can achieve common goals in a realistic way.
Councillor Graham.
Is it appropriate for me to ask questions of administration at this point in time?
Yeah, at the end would probably be best. So save the question.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today and being here and presenting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now call on From Bow Valley Climate Action, Edmund Ong and Rick Daniel. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Evan Nong. I'm joined by my colleague Rick Daniel. We're representing the Bow Valley Climate Action Society, and we're really happy to be here. And we'd like to thank council and staff for the opportunity to come out and support good policy. It's really nice for a group like ours to be able to come out and say good job. We'd also like to thank administration for a meaningful and responsive consultation process. There was significant refinement in the ASP during this process. We had some concerns initially, and I think all of our concerns have been well addressed. We'd also like to thank administration for an ASP that addresses the community's pressing needs and aligns with town policy, especially around climate and transportation. I just wanted to take a moment to quickly expand upon our written submission and highlight 10 good things that we see in the ASP. Number one, affordability for housing. The ASP requires more efficient homes. More efficient homes use less energy of all sorts. Less energy use means lower utility bills. Keeping utility costs down is important for the long-term affordability of these homes, especially as energy costs are rising, as we've seen. I'd just like to note that when the town did a value engineering exercise for the new net zero fire hall in 2020, the engineering report assumed an electricity price of 6.8 cents per kilowatt hour. This month's regulated rate was 20.5, and that's before you include transmission and distribution, which is another 13. So things are changing quickly. Number two, affordability for transportation. The ASP decouples parking costs from housing costs, and the ASP calls for a transportation network that treats walking, cycling, and transit as equal citizens to cars. This will enable residents to reduce their transportation costs and reduce their transportation emissions. Number three, resiliency. Energy efficient homes remain habitable for longer when the power goes out, and energy efficient homes are quieter and more comfortable year round. And these are values that we should have for affordable housing in our community. Number four, this is good climate policy. And specifically, I'm referring to Section 4.3, Green Development, and Section 5.1, Transportation and Mobility. The requirements are firm about what is required, is impactful in their goals, and they are feasible. And it's important that energy efficiency is required. Unfortunately, in our view, recent history has shown that suggesting energy efficiency is largely ineffective. Number five, policy alignment. Council's strategic plan under the environmental goal lists these objectives, quote, Canmore as a community collaborates to reduce our impact on climate change and prepare for climate adaptation. The community is aware of the town of Canmore's environmental leadership, and safe and multimodal transportation shift is advanced. This ASP meaningfully advances all three. Canmore's climate action plan lists these targets. By 2030, quote, 80% of new homes are built to near net zero standard or equivalent. And by 2030, quote, 30% of energy used by buildings come from renewable sources. This ASP aligns with those policy targets. Number six, leadership. It's significant that the town is advancing these measures both as the development authority and as, in most cases here, the developer. These measures show leadership in advancing environmental standards for development beyond the provincial baseline. These measures bring Canmore closer to the environmental standards being set by our neighbors in Banff with their municipal sustainable building policy, which is more specific. Number seven, future flexibility. This ASP, in our view, sets a performance-based energy target, but does not prescribe how that target must be achieved. This provides designers and builders with the ability to tailor their solutions to the needs of specific projects and to the technologies available to them at the time of development. Number eight, this is feasible, and there are already local examples. For example, Canmore's new near net zero fire hall, the YWCA's Dr. Priscilla Wilson's Place in Banff, a 33-unit net zero affordable housing project, and Town of Banff's new Rec Grounds Pavilion, which is a PHI low energy building. Going slightly farther afield, Edmonton's Blatchford redevelopment of the old city center airport is carbon neutral using a district energy system. Number nine, multifamily residential is the easiest and cheapest building form to make energy efficient. Larger buildings have lower surface area to volume ratios, and we see many affordable public housing projects across North America choosing more efficient designs, such as City Housing Hamilton, which is Hamilton's municipally owned affordable housing provider, and they recently built a project to the much more demanding passive house standard. In this case, the town and CCH are able to circumvent some of the high land prices in Canmore, which contribute significantly to housing prices, and this provides them a much greater flexibility to deal with higher upfront costs in order to secure longer-term low operational costs, which is important for affordability. And finally, number 10, I just have to bring us back to climate change. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by anthropogenic emissions. Climate change is already causing severe impacts, and it's only getting worse. This means that mitigation and adaptation are imperative. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for being here today and presenting.
Thank you.
Now look to Michelle Willette from CCH. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Just want to start my slides. Okay, thank you so much for having me to speak today and the public and all the things. We wanted to take an opportunity to provide an overview of next steps and what that looks like for CCH. And it may actually answer a good question that Councillor Faubert raised. The CCH mandate includes planning, acquisition, and development of below-market housing that supports the supply of ownership and rental program units. CCH also provides other housing supportive programs from time to time, such as our accessory dwelling unit program or matching down deposit programs, which we've had. Currently, CCH has 164 units in our ownership program and 116 units in our rental program. Our wait list is growing. I'm going to say I see a lot of folks in and out of the office, and you know, it feels really great to see someone sign for their new home, first-time buyer, but that wait list is growing. Our minimum rental target is 10% below market. However, in the rental program, we actually achieve 25 to 30% below market. And in the ownership program, we're achieving 40 to 50% below market on average. Given the units were built a few years ago, costs were different, the market is different today. So brings us to our CCH Palliser land. CCH is responsible for the development of areas 5, 1, and 2 on the ASP map. I know there's been questions posed to me on what's CCH doing, where's your land, what are your next steps? The projected build-out for these areas is approximately 900 units. The following slides outline what plan implementation looks like for CCH. And just as a point of interest, Area 4 and 6 are already developed. Area 6 has the Hector, which is a 50-unit, 60-unit, anyway, rental house for us. So Area 5, we've started a pre-design and modeling exercise for the development of up to 150 units. The work is focused on modeling the potential impact of development on adjacent sites, the building location and orientation for optimal building performance, given solar and shade exposures, and the viability of stacking a variety of funding streams available to support the cost of the project. This relies on the ability to implement a flexible range of energy performance technology and design techniques to deliver both affordable and sustainable housing. Following the approval of the area structure plan, we will be bringing forward an amendment to the land use bylaw to replace the existing direct control district. We anticipate this going to council for approval in Q1 2024. We will begin construction activities in early 2024 to secure the development team, obtain permits, and financing. For areas 1 and 2, this is raw land. The work program for areas 1 and 2 commences with a master planning exercise for the land. This will inform site sizes, building typologies, road networks, amenities, and provide us with a financial model to plan land development staging against strategic investments that are required for the area. This incorporates the coordination of major infrastructure moves, such as the Stoneworks Creek mitigation and the planned pedestrian crossing from this area to the south side of the highway, as mentioned by Councillor Ma earlier today. These off-site projects are detailed in the town's capital plan over the years of 2024 to 2027. The activities above, they're interrelated, iterative, and they run parallel at certain points in time. The commencement of the first stage of subdivision development will occur in 2025, and subsequent to that, the earliest construction start for any residential buildings is expected in 2026. The master plan will provide us a much better set of information and insight to the development timing, so I'm really just, this is the vision today. It will be confirmed. And as part of our application, obviously, before subdivision and zoning as per the plan, we do a conceptual scheme, which is largely based on the information gathered in the master planning exercise, which has started. And that's it from CCH, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Oh, Councillor Graham. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Ouellette. I'm wondering if you can comment on the economic viability of these projects. You look like you're ready to get going right away. So I'm assuming that you've costed this out and that these make sense for our community at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Graham, for the important question. We've modeled 2 development scenarios, which have not been run past the board yet, so I couldn't show any sort of detail in terms of what the buildings might look like, but that will come during public hearing or first reading for our rezoning to get the direct control going. Generally speaking, it's very expensive. And so I did have a technical slide, which I took out because, I mean, it's kind of hard for me to run through this, but to stack the funding, we kind of start with, like was explained earlier, step code. So you kind of go through R15 walls, R30 roofs, double glazing, 30% waste heat ratio, air leakage, like all these kind of stats. And so we are using this company called Adaptus to model that against costing. And so it's about a buffet of options and how we stack the buffet of options to be cost effective while meeting the intent of a near net zero project and improving energy performance. We also want to have a very efficient operating system over time so that the buildings are durable, they have an enduring quality, and they don't cost a lot of money to operate with expensive use of energy. So for me to get CMHC co-investment funding or MLI Select funding or the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has funding, all these things are tiered as you layer in more energy efficient technology, put it that way. Now, the Town of Canmore Area Structure Plan suggests that we're using a measure of 60% of Tier 4 energy, as a benchmark. That's really high as a benchmark, but when I read the plan, I can see, because I'm a professional planner, there's some interpretive dance that still needs to be done. So I'm hoping that, I am a very positive person. I'm soldiering on, as Wade Graham mentioned. But this will come down to implementation. So if we come forward with a direct control district that maybe isn't this specific definition, but we've got levers, tools, and tactics, and funding, and what was suggested to me was maybe a better definition of near net zero is based on the criteria of the blending of all these funding programs, because as a nonprofit, and even for other private development to activate some of these sources of funding, there's some levels and layers that we need to meet to support the project funding. And it is the vision and goal, I think, for CCH, if I can speak on behalf of our organization and our board, to have a platinum package with silver or bronze costing, right? So we are really working hard to ensure these things get implemented. But it's a tough bar. if it's literally that definition and not sort of the blending of different layering of options.
At the end of the day, with the current proposal, can we build affordable homes?
I think we can. I think with the area structure plan the way it is, it's very aspirational, as Ms. Carpat mentioned. As planners, we think this is like very aspirational, you know, great goals, but there has to be a little bit of flexibility while we implement. So must and shall statements are challenging as a planner. You know, planning isn't really a checklist. However, the other thing I would offer is that plans are made to be implemented, evaluated, amended. So it's a planning cycle. And I think, you know, you're setting the bar high as a council and as a town. I think that's very admirable. But it comes down to the test. Can we do it in a detailed manner? So my advice is implement, testing, and have the flexibility to change and modify as we go through the different land use planning amendment applications. We have more data at those stages to then support our proposals.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Looking to see if there are any other questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, actually, right now. And this is what's going to happen. We're going to take a break from the public hearing. Then council is going to vote on going in camera. When we come out of in camera, we'll likely take a 30-minute break, and then we'll resume the public hearing. So I apologize to everybody for the change in schedule, and you'll have to stick around to present the public hearing. Please do so. We want to hear from you. But with that said, the public hearing is now in a break, and I, pursuant to K1, let's pull it up here. K1, Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties Ltd. litigation. I move that council take the meeting in camera to prevent disclosure of solicitor-client privilege in accordance with Section 27, Sub 1, Sub A of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So if everybody Okay, we're back from in camera, and now we're going to take a council break, returning at 10:30 a.m. Okay, we're back from our break. Just before continuing with the public hearing, I should note that the town of Canmore is putting a statement on its website, essentially with the Court of Appeal decision being made today, and dismissed the town of Canmore's appeal. Based on that, the LPRT decisions, the Court of Appeal decision, and agreement to adjourn the separate mandamus application, the town of Canmore will not be seeking leave to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada, and will be adopting the area structure plans as originally presented to council, and that will be at the next council meeting. So now we're going to resume our public hearing, and once again, thank you everyone for your patience and flexibility. The last person that pre-registered, and then we'll open it up to people in the gathered in the chamber, is Lawrence Hill. Mr. Hill, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Your Worship, councillors, just as a preface, I was on the Boda Housing Action Committee, which formulated the comments presented by Ian and Jessica, with which I agree. The following thoughts, though, are my own perspective. I'm very happy to be here addressing you about the first major progress to be made by the town in the Palliser area since I was on the CCHC board 20 years ago, and Classic Homes from Medicine Hat was building the apartment condo with their attainable housing program, and more importantly, the townhome rental project for CCHC. Joey and my wife and I are definitely in favor of amending the Palliser ASP so that the town and CCH can get on with building non-market and market housing. It is reassuring to witness Council initiate some real momentum to address the affordable housing issue. Firstly, by appointing Michelle Ouellette, local with lots of applicable experience, to lead CCH. Secondly, by rezoning the Three Sisters site. And thirdly, now providing a framework for how Palliser can be developed. CCH is picking up on that energy and wasting no time by issuing an RFP for the construction manager for the Three Sisters project and an RFP for a consultant to provide master planning concepts for these Palliser lands. Hopefully, Council continues to act promptly to make Palliser a reality sooner than later by rezoning Palliser, funding and implementing the Stoneworks Creek flood mitigation work, and finally, pressing the province for funding to build a highway over or underpass. Without these three critical steps, CCH will be hobbled in its efforts to expedite Palliser homes for residents that are desirable, located in an appealing neighborhood, and with safe access to all that the town has to offer on the other side of the highway. I know you know these aspects. I just want to underline their presence. When my random thinking turns to Palliser, it's not about solar panels and parking, which I address in my submission. I'll drop off afterwards. It's about how do we get this done? Palliser represents a massive opportunity for this community, and we can't afford to screw it up. Don't assume you and CCH know how to get it all built. That thinking might have been a contributing factor to the cost overruns with the Cougar Creek Dam. Consulting firms can give you options, but they can provide the guidance. But can they provide the guidance that's needed? In addition to consultants, I urge you to reach out to the builders and developers in this town as a sounding board, if nothing else. However, they can offer so much more. Think about how people like Frank Kernick and Steve Ross have shaped our town. They started with bare land, came up with concepts, and then executed by building residential and commercial, just like Palliser. I know you'll assume that they'll put their own interests first. They're our interests. Their interests are our interests. They need people in their offices. The trades need electricians and plumbers on sites. Those workers need staff in the grocery stores. and teachers for their kids. Like the rest of us, they need Canmore to be a vibrant and affordable community. Would an industry advisory group be such a bad thing? Please give it a try. As with past councils who had this civic center built, Elevation Place, during their terms, getting Palliser rolling should be your legacy to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Hill. I wonder if you could give me your idea of what an industry advisory committee might look like and what it would accomplish.
I think it could bring the broad experience that some larger builder developers have in looking at parcels like this. You know, I referenced Steve and Frank, what they started with, being able to look at the possibilities, the options in terms of development. I think that there's good experience with CCH now on the board, but this is just so much beyond anything that's been contemplated before. You know, it's an order of magnitude at least larger. So things like you know, the idea of phasing, where there's two phases. Well, in reality, phase one doesn't even service CCH land. You need to get the pipes at least to the internal road, so that the option is there for. So just things like that of a practical nature. The idea of getting to near net zero. In there they refer to, well, make it solar ready, make it EV charging ready. Well, no, those are going to be givens, but let's talk about the other things. So that's more of a builder sort of, well, here's how it's really done. The practicality of trying to do some of the other things, well, they're all feasible. What's really most practical, I think Michelle referred to it, that's economically viable given the situation. And mostly a sounding board, but also throwing out ideas about how it's possible to partner with private industry. I think there's lots of options that haven't been, or that I'm not aware of. In talking with Chris, there's sort of 3 different ways of getting them built. I'm sure there's others. We, with Coyote Ridge, we came up with the plans and then put it out for tender. Ravens Ridge and Hawks Bend were design build ideas. And then what they're looking at now is Three Sisters. That's a construction manager. So there's 3 different concepts. How might those be, what might be the best ways of going about it? And then clearly with the kind of dollars that we're talking about required to make it happen, the kinds of partnering in buildings to achieve affordable housing, but to make it happen sooner than later.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And I don't see any further questions, so thank you for your input this morning.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, so that's the last of our registered speakers, so I will be opening it up to those who are here in attendance in chambers, and starting a look to see if there's anyone that's here that wishes to speak in favor of the ASP. Please come forward, and you can adjust the mic down so that we can pick up your voice. And if you could just start with your name for the record, and then please proceed.
Sure. Good morning, Council and Your Worship. My name's Judy Archer. I didn't plan to speak today, but I'm here, so I just want to say that I do support the ARP. I'm very excited about the affordability of the housing that we really, really need in Canmore, and the potential for 75% to be non-market and perpetually affordable housing. I'm just super excited about. I very much support the presentation for Bow Valley Climate Action and what they have said, and I would encourage you to follow those suggestions. I worry about the language shall and should. I would like to see it in there. And that's because I worry that if we weaken that language, we could weaken the entire ARP in terms of its aspirational nature. So I'm a bit concerned about that. I'm a bit concerned about the step code that we have right now for that will be coming out is pretty weak, I feel, and compared to BC and other places, I think we can do better. And so and this is because this is town land and CCH land, we have the opportunity to do better here. And I'd love us to see us do that. And I note that BODA and the Biosphere Institute are doing a sustainable building summit. And if we're trying to be inclusive of builders and inclusive of everybody, this is an opportunity for people to learn and be mentored, and this is a possibility that they can then put that into action in this new development, which I think would be super exciting to build sustainable homes and, to build things to be EV and solar ready and I just feel that, other places are doing this and they are making it work from an affordability perspective, and we can be doing it too. And I'd like to see us be leaders, and I'd like to see us be strong. And I think about the cost too. Yes, there is an increased cost now up front, but that cost hopefully will be reaped in the future when there's less energy costs and they're living in more affordable housing, or that's more affordable, and we don't have to do retrofits. They don't have to do retrofits, as the CCH lady said, the cost of running the buildings is going to be better. So I really think we need to be looking to that now, right? Not just the future. So I do encourage us to be strong and be bold and build, to build these buildings to be as sustainable and climate effective and low emissions as we possibly can. Thank you.
Ms. Archer, thank you very much for your comments this morning. Was there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Now looking, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to rotate asking for persons in favor, then opposition, neutral, and then back in favor. So is there anybody here that wishes to speak in opposition to the ASP? Seeing none, would anybody like to speak in a would anybody like to speak in a neutral position? Would anybody here like to speak in favor? Mr. Crotty? And Ms. Rode? Welcome. If you can
have to do some adjustments here.
Steve might need his heels next time.
So while I know who you are, if you can both say your name for the record and then proceed with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, Council. Thank you for holding this today. My name is Michelle Rode, and I'm here on behalf of the YWCA Banff. And I am a resident of Canmore and a longtime affordable housing supporter, so I'm personally very excited to see this moving forward. I want to applaud you. This is an amazing ASB, and we're all very excited at the Y. I think I can speak on behalf of the organization. Our CEO would be here, but she's in Ottawa, so we're here representing the organization. We're very much in support. A lot of our comments, I believe, have been already shared, so I don't want to be redundant here, but wanted to just come up and add a couple of points. I want to speak a little bit, and I'll do this quickly, to the submission you have from us, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, and Steve, and please feel free to reach out if there's anything else. I want to speak a little bit to the increase in the need for our services. I think there's been a lot of discussion around very important planning aspects here. We have, as an organization, experience with working with clients, working with affordable housing in the Valley, programs and services. Although we're based out of Banff, we very much, as many of you know, all of you, we serve all of the Bow Valley, and that has been largely because we've needed to insert ourselves where the need was there, and it is drastically increasing, especially since the pandemic. So we need to build in Canmore. We are excited to be here today to be learning more about this ASP and what that might look like going forward for any partner. And we just want to speak a little bit, and Steve will speak more to our experience. As you know, we've built in Banff, so we have some experience there. So with that note, it's really important to us to help build an inclusive community. This includes affordable and accessible units. We've done this before, and we're excited to see this, these aspects in this important ASP. This is a monumental move in Canmore, and we're excited to see where it goes. I want to add a little bit about, I actually want to ask a question, if that's okay, to get to my point. I want to understand a little bit, and we want to understand a little bit more about the non-market aspect of that. I know there's different definitions around that with different levels of government and what that might look like. So I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask the question, Your Worship, of that today, or if we discuss that later, but what that looks like, if that's 10% under market, 30% under market, that's a piece that we were hoping to speak to. And with that, I think I will step back and turn it over to Steve to talk a little bit more. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Welcome, Mr. Crotty.
So I'm Stephen Crotty, and I'm the Special Projects Officer for the YWCA in Banff. It's a real honor to be here. I think we're at an incredible point in the town of Canmore's opportunity to have a resolution to our biggest need in the community. So it's a real pleasure. Thanks to this administration, their hard work on this, and council, and this goes over multiple terms that they've been working on this. So well done. You've got us to the starting line. So that's great. What I did want to mention, and this reflects on BODA's presentations, CCH's, and some of our other speakers today, is that you've set a very high bar for this ASP. And I think we applaud that. We have developed the highest standard of benchmarking for affordable housing in Banff. We've done that without any municipal funding. We've done it to 100% net zero. And we have accessibility units to the 15% range of units that we developed for the Dr. Priscilla Wilson's place. So objectively, this nonprofit organization has ticked off the majority of the boxes that you're looking for the development that we have. In addition to that, which has not been presented yet, is that we have supportive housing in a way that is yet to be addressed in this ASP, and that is obviously to be determined. But we offer that as an organization. So the question that I have, throughout the discussions in our last presentation, I know it may be on some of your thoughts and mind, and also on administration or as well, but Joanna, or Councillor McCallum, is the only person that mentioned partnerships and partnerships with other nonprofit organizations. So we think we have a track record. We would like to know if this council is encouraging, incentivizing partnerships with nonprofits to bring supportive, affordable, truly affordable housing to the Palliser lands.
Great. Thank you very much. Normally, all questions are noted and they're considered. I can add, though, what is non-market. I see that as ownership or rental of units that are not on the market and not in accordance market. They'll have a legal mechanism or some other mechanism that keeps it out of the appreciation that you would see in the market. Okay, so very broad there. And while Councillor McCallum spoke to it, I know that in a variety of conversations that this council has talked about collaborative efforts of a variety of kinds with not-for-profits, with for-profit sector, so that we can have a lot of things moving forward concurrently. So that's an answer for now. Looking to see if there are any questions. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Rode and Mr. Crotty, for your presentation. During your most recent build, what were some of the biggest challenges that you guys were able to overcome? I'd be curious.
Well, during the pandemic, there's some interesting supply chain challenges there. During the course of that, we had a projected 12-month calendar of construction that was extended to 18 months. Clearly, there's some cost implications there that we had to adapt to and be very resilient in our funding models to cover those extraordinary costs. But we were able to do it. I mean, I think the bottom line, Councillor Ma, is that we delivered regardless of the challenges that we had. And I mean, the beauty of the Palliser is that it's bare land. We have a really constrictive site that was built around 5 buildings that were aged well over 100 years to 60 years. And we did it with a really innovative model of shipping containers. So compact that with net zero, there was some interesting engineering challenges, but we were able to meet them. And we did so, total cost overruns were about just less than 15%. And I think industry standard wise, there's probably enough people in this room that would say that that's a pretty good result during that height of construction, with all the challenges we had with laborers, with construction crews, with supply chain issues. So I could sit down with Jeff and have 12 hours of challenges. But the fact is that we were able to meet them, and we were able to deliver on all of the objectives that we had. And the net zero is a critical piece for affordable housing. If you truly want affordability and sustainability, viability in the long run, the return on investment might not be for 20, 21 years, but that is what keeps your rental rolls down to the most effective and most livable for the people that are in the units. So we strongly urge council to attempt to have that high standard throughout this development.
I think I can, Steve, add something. Question, and Steve definitely knows more about that construction side of it. I will say, and it was challenging, I will say from the programs and services point of view, one thing I really appreciate about the Y is it's very client focused. So one of the other big challenges is having all of these moving parts with trying to make sure that people are moving in a very thoughtful way, giving notice at their places, maybe living in a shelter, what does that look like? And so I think something we bring to the table around that is that client focus and making sure that families that are moving in, single parents moving in, local residents moving in, it's all, I really admire the programs and services team and how they handled that. And it was a bit of a juggling act. And I don't mean that disrespectfully to our residents, but it was, it was challenging with construction and coordinating all of that. So I think we learned a lot in that project for sure, I would say. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Looking to see if there are any other questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for your input today. Now looking to see if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or a neutral fashion or in support. Okay, I'll just ask one more time if there's anyone here that wishes to speak today. I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity if they wish. Okay, well, thank you very much for attending today. I'm now going to ask administration, Mr. Cairns, do you have any comments based on what you've heard or anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think I can offer some closing comments that sort of encapsulates what it is we're introducing today, and also hopefully touches point on some of the comments or questions that might have been raised from the speakers.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll start off by thanking Council and the speakers today for asking these questions and sharing their perspectives on the ASP. As you know, questions and input from stakeholders, residents, and decision makers all help ensure the final project is designed in a way that's intentional, it's feasible, and one that maximizes benefits and mitigates impacts for affected parties. This is an exciting ASP. It's one that has the potential to change the trajectory for a large area of undeveloped land, pivoting away from highway-oriented commercial to the creation of a more complete, sustainable community that could offer up to 1,000 non-market units to meet the needs of residents. It's also an ASP where the town and CCH, as the primary landowners, can go above and beyond what has been done elsewhere and actually implement some of the commitments we have already made, whether that's in the Climate Action Plan, the Integrated Transportation Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, or the State of Climate Emergency. When we do develop these plans, we consider the viability of whatever has been proposed. That includes consideration for the appropriate building forms, the densities, the infrastructure, as well as any policy requirements we might ask of future development. And so, as challenging as these items are to consider, as mentioned during the presentations, it's everything from utilities to sidewalks as well. These aspects are considered through the preparation of the plan to an extent that's appropriate for an ASP, while some of those items might be more appropriate to be dealt with through established procedures that we have that do take place at later stages of development. So, for example, for wildlife fencing, this is a complicated issue that municipalities adjacent to wildlife areas face. But fortunately, this question is being examined right now through the working group that consists of all landowners in the area. That includes the town, CCH, and the province. And the long-term management plan that is currently in draft form is going to address some of those questions. Similarly, on the notion of green development standards, those were extensively researched in the preparation of the Climate Action Plan, at which point in time the near net zero requirement was deemed the best path forward for the town. It was a commitment that we made 5 years ago. In the preparation of this plan, due diligence was carried out and the requirement was re-examined, but with us landing on the same result. Tier 4, or near net zero, results in minimal added cost of construction. It offers a quick payback period in the form of reduced operating costs, and it also offers considerable benefits to the residents in terms of air quality, quietness, and comfort for the entire lifetime of that building. The standard's also not new. Municipalities around North America have been achieving this standard with ease in a variety of projects, and its feasibility is part of the reason why the federal government has laid out their roadmap that would introduce this standard nationwide by 2030. In other areas, whether it's utilities or transportation infrastructure, as mentioned, we have procedures in place that will deal with those items at the appropriate stage of development permitting once more detailed information is available about any specific development. So, coming back to the policy documents, such as an ASP, it is meant to chart a future path for an area, but it does need to strike a balance between clarity and flexibility. In the case of this ASP, we're confident we have achieved that balance. This ASP deals with town and CCH lands, so we have the opportunity to do the research ahead of time, have the conversations ahead of time about what it is we want and what's actually feasible, and then to embed those commitments in policy to ensure desired outcomes are realized, regardless of changes in staffing or leadership that might occur over time. And as one of the landowners in the area and with an interest to see this plan realized quickly, we have zero concerns about the feasibility. The requirements align with our past commitments, they've been researched diligently, and they're achievable in this specific context. And wherever appropriate, flexibility and discretion is permitted in the plan at the discretion of administration. This includes the definition of non-market housing, which we tied to the Municipal Development Plan's definition for consistency, while still allowing Canmore Community Housing and the town to determine for each individual project the appropriate range of incomes to target, the range of homes to provide, and to ensure that all those numbers pencil out, the projects are viable, and the needs of a diverse population can be met. And in other instances where additional flexibility was needed for certain items, whether it occurs today, tomorrow, or 10 years from now, we've reviewed that language and have ensured that that has been added in appropriate places. So this ASP is a chance for the town to move forward on achievable commitments we have already made in the past through policy documents such as the Municipal Development Plan, Integrated Transportation Plan, and the Climate Action Plan. Those were all heavily studied at the time. They were researched, they were examined for feasibility, and we did our due diligence again to make sure that those realities have not changed in the context of Palliser. So moving forward though, in adopting this ASP, what it does do is charts a new path forward, and it will mean that Palliser Trail area can evolve to become the type of neighborhood that we do want to see. One that provides a range of housing options, livable units, and spaces for local businesses, all in a sustainable and resilient manner that responds to the housing and the climate crisis we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns. Looking to council to see if there are any questions of administration. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Cairns. I had one follow-up question out of conversations leading up to the public hearing. It's around sub-area 1 in the projections by sub-area chart. It's page 38 of the agenda or page 20 of the ASP. In sub-area 1, it sets the non-market affordable housing unit minimum percentage of residential units at 50%. And I just wanted to better understand why that's the number in that sub-area for achieving our outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, that was a very astute observation in that chart, and it was put there for a very intentional reason, something that CCH had spoke to as well. And it is the reality that when we deal with these ASPs, we are dealing with a very large area of land that's typically greenfield developments and doesn't currently have all the roads and infrastructure in place that you might expect elsewhere. So while we did look into these requirements and understand their costs and some of the anticipated implications, there is going to be a higher cost to develop, for example, that parcel of land, rather than one of the ones that are already fronting Palliser Trail where some of that infrastructure is in place. So while we still think a much higher number than that 50% is likely achievable there, it was acknowledging that for a document like this, some flexibility should be permitted to ensure that the project's viable while still targeting the range of incomes we're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question through the chair to administration with regards to the topic of lending rates. One of the presenters spoke to the fact that the town of Canmore has access to better lending rates than perhaps the public, and I believe that that's changed in the last 12 months, and I was wondering if you could speak to that, please.
You are correct, Councillor McCallum. In 2020, the Alberta Capital Financing Association was disbanded, and we now have access to lending rates from the province that are, in some cases, either very close to publicly available lending rates or the same as publicly available lending rates. So that time when we had access to much more favorable borrowing rates has changed. The other element there to consider is the debt limits that we have, and we do have some provincially and council policy imposed debt limits, which we are getting close to approaching through our own capital plan in the coming years. We do also support debt for Canmore community housing, which we underwrite. So,
thank you. And I can state that at Alberta Municipalities last week, one of the resolutions was asking for better rates from the provincial government because communities across the province are finding themselves flat-footed with this change. They're basically making money off of voters.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that was all my questions I had.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, did you have a question that you wanted to raise?
No, thank you, Your Worship. Both my questions have been addressed by my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Just wanted to follow up there. Oh, Councillor McCallum.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up on one sort of a theme that I heard through the responses and what I'd read about this land. And I guess, I'd always gone into this with the thought that the town is actually the developer. And so I'm assuming that that is still the plan, that we are going to be the developer through our partnership with CCH. Maybe CCH is the developer. Is that still that's sort of the feel I've always gotten?
Dr. Cottle, did you want to speak to that?
How, so many microphones. The exact logistics of how that plays out hasn't yet been determined, but that is largely our assumption. We will need partners, of
With
course.
builders,
but
yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
That's what I thought. And, nope, that's all I had. Thank you so kindly.
Okay. See no more questions.
We did not read the written submissions into the record.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See no more questions. I will go back then. No more questions. I will go back and ask the clerk to please read those who have submitted written submissions into the record.
Thank you. So we received written submissions in favor from Bow Valley Builders and Developers, Bow Valley Climate Action, Canmore Community Housing, Florian Jungen, Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, YWCA Banff. And during the hearing, we got a submission in from Bow Valley Engage, and Mr. Hill, who spoke, also dropped off a copy of his presentation. We received one piece of correspondence in opposition, and that was from Jeff Laidlaw.
Thank you. All right. With that then, I will now close the public hearing. And that concludes item B1 of our agenda. Moving to item D1, minutes of September 5th, 2023. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes of September 5th, 2023 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item G1, Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan Bylaw 2023-2022. This is to be put forward for second and third reading, but I'm going to be putting forward a motion to postpone. And if I could have the clerk put that on a screen in due course. All right, so I'm putting a motion to postpone, and the motions is that this matter be postponed to the regular meeting of council on November 7th, 2023, in order for administration to bring a report to council at that time responding to feedback from the public hearing, especially from BODA and Canmore Community Housing. Speaking to this motion, I'm excited about this ASP, and this is not intended to be a delay whatsoever. However, we have heard some excellent comments from a variety of speakers. I referenced just two of them, but you know, the essence of this is to wherever there has been some suggestions, I would like to hear from administration on that. I know Mr. Cairns spoke to it, but I would like it a written response so that we can consider that as we consider the ASP in November. You know, this, in providing a response to the feedback, that might be an answer as to why, while this concern is raised, we don't think it's an issue because, or this was raised and we see some merit in it. And if there is any recommended changes, we'd appreciate receiving that at that time as well. Not to say that there are any recommended changes. That's completely up to administration to provide in their response. So I would encourage support for this so that we can you know, have a greater understanding and greater time to reflect upon the concerns that were raised. We want to get this right. Yes, we want to move fast, we want to move boldly, but we also want to get this right. So I look forward to hearing that feedback if you support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? And I think everybody has a good sense of the motion. I'm just going to ask, while Councillor McCallum provides her comment, that if the clerk could please and stop sharing, then I can see Councillor Mara as well. So thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with many of the things that you've said. I, too, would like to take a pregnant pause to be able to sort of digest what we've heard and take a second look through the eyes of the public in terms of some of the concerns that have been raised. Overall, though, the sort of overwhelming support that we're seeing for the ASP is encouraging at minimum. And although it has been a while coming, I'm glad that we are actually getting to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of council that wishes to speak to this motion? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to support your motion. This is a huge opportunity for the community. I think some interesting questions were brought up, but I also feel admin will be able to come back with some pretty fulsome responses. And sure, the bar is being set high and it takes vision, but I think we can be bold here, and I look forward to seeing what comes back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Yes, Your Worship, I think taking a moment to digest all the things we've heard today, and I want to thank everyone who spoke today or provided comment and feedback. And I think I was uncomfortable going to second and possibly third today, and I really appreciate the moment to just have a good look at this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item G2, road closure 12th Street and 3rd Avenue Railway Court revising bylaw 2023-31. And it appears that everybody's turning the channel now. So, okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll return at 11:18. All right, we're back from our short break. This is item G2, road closure 12th Street and 3rd Avenue Railway Court. Mr. Dryzik, welcome to council.
All right, good morning, council. So this is an application for a revising bylaw to revise a road closure bylaw that was already made. There's a recommendation here to give first and second reading and leave to go to third reading and to go to third reading on this bylaw. But I'm going to give you some background here on what exactly a revising bylaw is and why. And what it is it's a form of clerical rectification to an existing bylaw that's enabled by Section 63 of the MGA. Basically, council approved a land transaction. That land transaction required a road closure bylaw to create the parcel to be transferred. That road closure bylaw was made and submitted to the land titles office as part of the transfer documents. The land titles office provided a deficiency notice and some advice on some clerical changes they need to the bylaw. So that's in the staff report and the revising bylaw, and is basically to change a numerical description and the language for referencing a survey plan, and then to replace a sketch plan with a survey plan. So the bylaw that I'm asking council to make today is the one that's called Bylaw 2023-31. It's in the agenda package. It's really short, looks like this, and includes those changes that I just articulated. The revised bylaw that will pop out of the other end is the red line version of the original road closure bylaw in the agenda package. So going forward, it will say revised bylaw on the top. It will have the technical plan reference requested by the land titles office, and the original sketch plan for the road closure area, which is this, will be replaced with this formal plan of survey. After filing the staff report, I sent the draft revised bylaw to the surveys department at the land titles office and said, does this meet your advice that you're looking for to allow this to be registered? And they replied that it does. So the key when making a revising bylaw is that it is to make changes that don't materially affect the bylaw in principle or substance, is to correct clerical, technical, or typographical errors in the bylaw, and that's exactly the case here. So Section 65 of the MGA states that if a bylaw is made in this way, according to Section 63, that the other requirements of the MGA for making bylaws are deemed to have been met. So the original road closure bylaw was made in accordance with all the standard MGA requirements for public hearings, advertising, and consent by the Minister of Transportation to the road closure bylaw. All those things will stay in force and deemed to be met, and it's simply the red line rectifications. And the MGA requires a CAO certificate that this bylaw is a revising bylaw made according to Section 63. That certificate's in your agenda package, and I've advised the CAO that this bylaw properly accords with Section 63. And that, in effect, is my request. So I will leave it to the master proceedings here to carry us through the readings and the leave to third. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dryzik. Are there any questions of council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to move that council give first reading to road closure 12th Street and 3rd Avenue Railway Court revising bylaw 2023-31. This is an administrative technical fix so that it can be filed. And so I support this. Would anybody like to speak to the first reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give second reading to road closure 12th Street and 3rd Avenue Railway Court revising bylaw 2023-31. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give leave to go to third reading of road closure 12th Street and 3rd Avenue Railway Court revising bylaw 2023-31. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I will move that council give third reading to road closure 12th Street and 3rd Avenue Railway Court revising bylaw 2023-31. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I'll now move to new business. Item H1, update to the public art policy by adding micro grants. Ms. McLett, welcome to council.
Good morning. I hope that I just connect to the computer.
Perfect.
Perfect. Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here today with Cultural Development Coordinator Jamie Carpenter to present the public art and microgrant policy update to you and included in council agenda. Also with me here today is a new employee to the arts and events team, Cecilia Letty, who has taken on the position of Cultural Development Coordinator Initiatives, and she will be taking on event coordination for town events such as Canada Day, Winter Carnival, New Year's Eve, National Indigenous Peoples Day. So,
welcome,
Cecilia.
Welcome
is
to
here.
welcome. Yep.
Great job on Friday. Yes, and baptism by fire. She started last week Monday, and then National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on Friday. Jamie is here with me as well to maybe speak to some of the nuances if council has questions for you. For us in this. And I'm going to admit that I arrived from the Netherlands at 4 p.m. yesterday, so in my brain it's like 9 o'clock at night. And if I add Dutch words in the midst of conversation, I apologize in advance. You will understand, and the rest of council, I ask for your grace in that process. So we're looking for council to approve the public art and micro grant policy as amended. Reminder to council that council approved a cultural master plan in 2020, just in the starting throngs of the pandemic, and that council approved an updated public art policy in 2021. In alignment to council's strategic goals around livability, result number 3, and relationship, result number 1, we think it's important to bring some of these shifts to you, changes to you, and of course we took the opportunity to edit any grammar at the same time as we updated the policy to include microgranting. So as a reminder, it's hard to not see it on one screen, so I'm have to look on the side to make sure that it's updating there as well. In 2021, council approved an increase to the public art policy from $3 per capita to $5 per capita, the requisition for public art reserve. So 60% of those funds were to be used for public art design, commissioning, acquisition, etc., and 40% to fund artist and arts organization grants programs. Due to the pandemic, it took a little bit longer for this grant program to be brought back to council, and as a result, the additional $2 per capita has not been requisitioned in previous years, but will start once policy amendments have been approved by council, and that amount had already been included in the 2024 budget. So no changes to the arts and events budget as the draft of that was approved.
The microgrant program, the Arts and Cultural Microgrant Program, will provide funding to promote a strong and vibrant arts and cultural sector, build capacity and support cultural expression, practice, and connectedness. So the grant program will enable individual artists, artist collectives, or artist organizations to take advantage of opportunities that may otherwise be unattainable to them. Thinking of individuals or organizational development activities such as building their capacity, supporting cultural expression or practices, building business acumen, sector development and promoting a strong and vibrant cultural sector, community development activities, so encouraging community connectedness, interaction, and engagement, and right relations, equity, diversity, and inclusion activities. Think about the Filipino community as an example, wanting to do a cultural event on behalf of them and needing some support. An up-and-coming artist that otherwise couldn't get funding, wanting to take some training and being able to do so as a result of this grant and building their capacity and ability to grow that. So as microgranting already says, we're not talking about huge amounts. For individual artists, it would be up to $1,000. Individual artist collective, so 2 or more artists working on a joint project, or arts or cultural organizations established non-for-profit or that are a bit larger in scope, up to $3,000 in that space. And as I mentioned, we also took this time to align definitions with other bylaws and reviewed for grammar as well. So in short, that is the essence of the update to the public art and microgrant policy as presented to council, and we're happy to answer any questions from council.
Thank you very much, Ms. McClett. And very impressive given the jet lag that you're undoubtedly experiencing.
That's why I stuck to my notes very clearly.
Looking to council to see if there are any questions. I see none. Thank you very much. I will then move the council approve the updated public art and microgrant policy as amended. And in speaking to that motion, I think that these are positive changes that continue to implement our diversity, equity, inclusivity goals, and that this will undoubtedly be a benefit to the community. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Absolutely happy to support this. I think given the cost of it per capita, which is so low, and just the sheer outsized benefit the community gets, it's huge. And also I think, I know artists that are in that early part of their careers, and sometimes it doesn't seem like a lot of money to us, but when you're a new artist trying to get your foot in the door or trying to get to that next level, that little bit can go a long, long way. So this is a great project, and thank you so much for bringing it forward, guys.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be very pleased to support this. As the CAC Council rep for the past couple of years, witnessing the good work that has been done back there, partaking in some of the events that they've facilitated in the last little while, seeing the positive impact they've made in the community, I will fully and wholeheartedly support this increase to the funding. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item H2, enforcement revenue from commercial food waste diversion. Ms. Miller, welcome to council.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm here today to speak to the enforcement revenue that is generated from the commercial food waste diversion fines. In April of this year, Council directed administration to return with a process and recommendation for directing revenue from fines issued under the Recyclables and Waste Disposal Bylaw related to commercial waste infractions to the WildSmart program. As you may recall, the fines in the bylaw relating to wildlife accessing commercial waste and products were increased for discouragement of specific activities and rationalized penalties to ensure they provide a sufficient deterrent for noncompliance. Since this bylaw has been approved, proactive patrols and extensive education is being done within the Canmore business community. Looking at some trends over the last 6 years, the fines received from this category have been very minimal, with only 8 tickets issued. However, in 2023, there has been an increase in proactive patrols and 13 warnings and 8 tickets issued already this year. More collaborative work within the town departments is being done to enforce the bylaw to ensure compliance and protect wildlife. Something to note regarding these fines are that the tickets with higher fines are most likely to be contested in court, and thereby additional legal expenses along with the time-consuming process is incurred by the town. All municipal enforcement fines disbursements are lumped together when received by the town monthly. There will be some additional administrative tasks of tracking, monitoring, and managing these fines if we were to divert them to a different program. And just of note, since it was just last week, we did recently go to trial for a commercial waste infraction. And actually, we didn't go to trial. We thought we were, but they pled guilty. And then the justice granted them 6 to 12 months to pay the fines. So this means that we might not see the payment of these fines after the ticket is issued for over a year. There's also a perception of bias when it comes to enforcement of these fines if it were attached to a specific program. The Municipal Enforcement Department's goal is to gain compliance with established bylaws. As the specified fines identified in the motion are already purposely high to encourage compliance and match the severity of the bylaw infraction, they may be contested more often in court. By specifying where the fine revenue from the infraction will be going, the discretion of the enforcement officer may be questioned should their ticket be contested in court. These infractions are often complex enforcement cases that require a lot of engagement with the property owner to ensure future compliance is ongoing. And since compliance with the bylaw is the goal, fine revenue should remain general and not be used for specific programs. Funding of any program or service should not be contingent on fines or penalties for noncompliance. It would not be fiscally prudent to rely on unpredictable and irregular enforcement fines to build up a reserve to support an ongoing program. So based on an analysis of using fine revenue in this manner, along with the extensive administrative process of tracking these fines and the precedents this direction could set for future fines and enforcement actions, administration is asking that the fines be kept in general revenues with bylaw enforcement remaining neutral, with no additional motivating factors when conducting the enforcement. Having specific fines fund the special interest programs may lead to that perception of bias again. So with that, the recommended motion is that Council repeal motion 69-2023, and the recommendation is to maintain status quo and not direct these fines to fund specific programs.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham, kind of thought you might have a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry for pontificating all day today.
No, it's based on the fact that this was your motion.
Yes,
So,
yes.
yeah.
This, I have a few questions, if I may. And I want to talk about this more generally. Should fines go to operating costs?
Ms. Rogers. Ms. Rogers, welcome to council.
If I may.
You please, please, please.
We do not recommend that, as fines are an unpredictable and insecure source of revenue over time. We actually are dealing with a situation on the photo radar side where we're funding an ongoing expense of officers with a declining revenue source, and need to address that by moving those expenses to taxes. So it is not recommended in any of our financial practices to do that.
Okay. Where do fine revenues go?
They go to general revenue, and when we're preparing our budget, we start with what our budgeted, the approved budget by council, and then from that we deduct revenue, which would include fine revenue, and the balance then is made up of taxes. So by increasing revenues, we help to reduce taxes and indirectly fund programs.
Operations.
Yeah, and capital.
So we do fund operations through fine revenue.
Indirectly and not by a specific program. So that revenue
Right.
changes each year, and as that revenue number fluctuates, the amount we need to collect in taxes goes up or down depending on what that revenue is. But by targeting specific revenue source, like this fine, to a specific program, it could be that in some years we can't actually fund the program if we don't get the revenue. And to the point that Ms. Miller made in her presentation, the unpredictability of fines that are tied to court cases that we may or may not win, and even if we win, may have 6 to 12 months to pay, really make funding a program from that unpredictable source not a good financial idea.
I understand that and I agree with it. How much did we collect last year in fine revenue?
I don't know that offhand. We can get that number for you.
I think it was $276,000. I may be correct.
Mr. Mackay?
I don't have all fine revenue, but I do have in municipal enforcement, it was approximately $208,000 in 2022 for fines. That wouldn't include our CMP related fines, potentially some coded to planning, but it gives you an approximate scale as to what our fine revenue.
I'm sorry, did you say 208 or 280?
208.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
that also would not include photo radar?
That's correct.
Right.
And that wouldn't include parking fines either, correct?
Correct.
That would include parking fines.
That does include parking fines.
Correct.
Okay. At the end of the year, do we know how many fines we've issued? Do we know how many dog fines we've issued at the end of a year?
Yes. So we would know how many fines we've issued because we would know how many tickets we had issued and then how many, after a ticket is issued, so for any ticket, after it's issued, the person who got the ticket either pays for it or they don't and they go to court and we set a trial date. Or sometimes we quash it if we feel like we don't have enough evidence to support it.
Sure.
So there's some that we don't move forward to trial, there's some that we do. Once it gets to trial, we might sit there and have all of our peace officers there for the day, and then it turns out people plead guilty at that time. So the actual fine amount is more difficult. We know how many tickets we've issued, and then the fine amount, it comes back kind of in bits and pieces throughout the year. So the ticket stats, easy. Fine stats, not as easy.
Sure, I can appreciate the amount of effort that it takes and cost that it takes to manage the fines and tickets that are associated. But at the end of the year, we know how much we've gotten, and we know roughly how many tickets we've got in any one specific area, and we could, from those numbers, deduce where that money may or may not go.
We don't currently have a process to track fines by ticket type, so that would be an additional administrative burden to do that. Roughly, we know fine revenue as a whole, but if you're looking for breakdown, that's something new that we would have to start doing.
Sure. And then, if I may continue.
Yep, go ahead.
At the end of the year, during budget time, would it be prudent for council to direct where fine revenues may or may not go?
No, I don't recommend that, again, because it's part of a bigger picture. Fine revenues go to offset taxes and to pay for services that you have already approved in the budget. What we do have council do is if there's a surplus, we bring that back to you to have you direct where those surplus funds should go, but that's really different than revenue in general. They're really two separate things.
But Ms. Rogers, you told me earlier that we should be funding operations through fine revenue.
Correct.
And so we're basically subsidizing taxes through fine revenue at the end of the day.
Every
are we
year
not?
we're adjusting that amount. That, I guess, is what's different here. If you are trying to fund an ongoing program that has ongoing operational costs from a fine revenue fund that has fluctuating revenues, you may have years where you don't actually collect enough fine revenue to fund the program that you're dealing with.
Right.
What we're talking about here is a bit of a funnel. We start with the budget we need at the top. We take away how much revenue we anticipate collecting in that year, and the balance that's left is what we collect taxes for, which is also a fluctuating number. If we anticipate lower revenues, taxes need to be higher. If we anticipate higher revenues, the taxes are lower in that particular year.
I appreciate
But it's not a direct line from revenue to a specific service. We're talking about the whole bucket.
So whereas the photo radar goes specifically, let's say, to a position with the RCMP, other fines are not so allocated, and so there's an estimate made based on historical data.
Correct.
And therefore, it's not a matter of having to find other tax dollars for a particular thing. It's just part of the calculation.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, and the photo radar is the best example of why we don't recommend doing this. Because we're trying to adjust behavior with photo radar to reduce speeding. The goal being we don't actually want to give out fines, we want to have less speeding.
Yes.
So years ago, making the decision to fund an ongoing expense from a declining revenue source leaves us now in a position where we need to be funding that ongoing expense from another source, which is taxes.
Dr. Cottle, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, there's a bit of a nuance that maybe is leading to confusion because you keep coming, I believe our report sort of answers many of these questions, administration, and we never have with photo radar. Almost every year that the budget comes, we identify that is not a recommended approach to funding those officers. We've been saying that for years. So this is consistent. I think the confusion around funding operating is, the nuance here is we have to do something with the revenue from fines. So it goes into general revenue and it's used to offset taxes for our general operating budget. And the difference that I believe you're talking about, Councillor Graham, is using it to fund something specific. And that's what we recommend against. It's not that we recommend it being part of the pool of operating funds. It's that when it gets targeted for funding a specific program or service, it becomes an unstable revenue source. And in this example, if we were to give it to WildSmart, they would 1 year get a lot of money, 1 year maybe get no money, the next year get a little bit of money. And in running a nonprofit, that is that hits all the don'ts for a nonprofit in terms of secure and stable funding sources. So it's not that it can't be used to fund revenue or operating, it's the specificity with which we're using it that is the problem. I hope that helps.
Thank you. And leaping forward a little bit to later in the day, parking fines are going to be part of the PPRAM or not part of the PPRAM? They're
Parking
outside.
revenue, parking fines are separate. They go in the municipal enforcement budget.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So I just want to clarify, Dr. Cottle, on your statement that every year the funding of a RCMP position out of the photo radar, you indicated that that's not recommended, but I think what you meant is that it's identified as not best practices, but the recommendation has been that it's been funded from there, despite it not being best practices, because is the status quo based on the decisions made in the past, and recognizing that and I think it's always brought to our attention at some point, it will have to change. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Thank you for that correction. It is not best practice, which is what we've been flagging. And we will, for the 2025 budget, need to begin to address it.
Great, thank you.
So it's
very much.
imminent, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Looking to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Graham?
How many bears this year have been removed from the community? How many bears this year have been removed from the community?
I don't have that number offhand. I know that one was recently euthanized after feeding on crab apples in a resident's backyard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Oh, sorry. Councillor Moss, sorry I missed you there. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from and where admin's coming from. Is there ever a situation where like programs have their baseline amount of funding so that there's a secure, stable sense, and then when there's a situation where, okay, at the end of the year, this is the fine amount that we've gotten to the KB, can it then be like parsed off at that point to like add more to particular programs? Because I understand like not the best practice about having like a stable sense of funding. I'm just trying to understand this other potential possibility.
It isn't how we've managed things in the past. It becomes actually quite labor intensive from a record keeping perspective. We potentially have to make accruals for that money to hand it out. We have to create a reserve. The record keeping for what here is such a small amount probably would end up costing us almost as much as the revenue is here. If you wish to increase funding for Wild Smart or for Biosphere, that's a recommendation that one or all of you could make during the budget process. And that would be a better way to address this, and then have the revenue go in a larger pool and go from there. I still think the one-off funding is problematic for our nonprofits, which would still be the same situation. If at the end of the year we said, oh, we think we collected $5,000, here's $5,000. It may allow a one-off program or a one-off purchase for a not-for-profit organization, but doesn't allow them to establish ongoing funding, because again, in the next year, they don't know what, if anything, they might get.
And doing so would still give rise to a perception of bias. Right.
Yeah.
Above all
Yeah.
else.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to move the council repeal motion 69-2003. In speaking to the motion, I certainly appreciated the intent behind it, and really that is, look, we're not trying to set these fines in order to raise revenue. We're trying to deter or influence behavior that is safer for humans and wildlife in our coexistence together. So I really appreciate the motion there, and I believe that that is very much aligned with the approach that municipal enforcement has taken in an education first, but then having the heavy fine as an incentive to obey those rules, because the potential outcome is so dire, as we have recently seen with the euthanization of a black bear last week in our community. So while I appreciate all of that, I do believe that the rationale provided by administration is sound and persuasive to me, and so I will be supporting this motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support the motion. I am grateful for Councillor Graham's motion, and I think that it has resulted in a very worthy exercise and debate that furthers our, I think, collective understanding around revenue types, revenue sources, and then how we use those in best practices in terms of how we operate as a municipality. It's easy to think from, I think, the perspective up here that it would be really simple to do. So hearing back from admin that it would be far more complex and time consuming than I think the benefit that would result from it is important information for us and is one of the reasons why I think that this isn't really the direction we should head in. As a result, I think that it was another way to try and connect the outcomes we want to what's happening when enforcement is going on. Because I think, like the mayor said, it's about the behavior change. And so I don't think that we can easily do that in this way. But like I said before, and I hate repeating, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but I think this was an excellent exploration. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. I sincerely appreciate administration's feedback on this, and I will support this motion. I will have a motion arising after this, but I do appreciate the discussion we've had. I fundamentally disagree with the idea of fines going into general revenue and supporting operations, and I think that that's something I will hope to deal with here shortly. This motion I will support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for administration for bringing this stuff forward. It was really thought-provoking, the whole entire piece. I think part of what I found intriguing was how, like, if we direct it in, the perception of bias becomes an issue. And that can become a real issue, and I do feel with some of the challenges in our community coming forward, we may have higher fines for other sort of aspects of our community, and the bias piece is not necessarily like something that I need to sort of sabotage the end result that I'm looking for. So yeah, it was really thought-provoking, and I totally appreciate all the sides that were brought forth. And at the end of the day, if there are initiatives we want to drive forward more strongly, we can also sort that out as a council at budget cycle too. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Graham, you have a motion arising.
Thank you, sir. I just sent this to the clerk a moment ago. Got it right there. Good. Sorry, I typed this up early this morning, so it may need some refinement, and I would appreciate any feedback on this one. Council directed administration to report on fine revenue at budget time with total fines collected, fine details including number of fines in each category, and a percentage of each of the total each category represents, at which time council can assign funds at its discretion. Speaking to this motion, it isn't best practice that fine revenue go into operations. We see the challenges that putting those funds to creates. There is an administrative burden of looking at these funds each month or each quarter. I'm looking to remove that burden by going for a once-a-year process at budget time where we look at these funds and say, we had an increase in problem X. And we can see that through the fines and the fine totals. And at that point in time, council can direct administration to put those funds in places that may help deal with these issues. If we have a lot of speeding, we can deal with messaging around that. We can deal with enforcement around that. If we have many dog tickets, we can deal with increased enforcement or education around those sorts of issues. With a fairly minimal administrative burden at the end of the year. I thank administration for a worthy conversation earlier, and I look forward to seeing the feedback from my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. A couple of questions. Would you want to be taking into account the costs of enforcing or going to court and those sorts of things?
Yes, I think that there could be, that could be taken into consideration, certainly.
All right. Councillor Faubert?
Yeah, I'm just concerned that this isn't actually how our budget process works, because when we are considering budget amendments for the next year, it's not the year end. So there are still months of the year. So having a total number of fines for the year that's not necessarily, I see that more as Q1 2024, when we get our year-end financials, then we would understand total fine revenues in each category. We also get a report every year from Protective Services, which details the number of warnings and tickets issued under each category. And then I think that we do all the things that I think Councillor Graham wants us to do. We're just not doing it by targeting and directly connecting fine revenue to program outcomes, because fine revenue in general goes into the general operating. It is already supporting the council direction, outcomes, strategic priorities, programs and services that we have as council empowered administration to deliver on a yearly basis. So I don't think I'm in support of this as it currently is. I think it would be interesting to continue the discussion around what is trying to be achieved at budget, but I'm not sure this works. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstad?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Graham, for bringing this forward. I think what you're trying to get at here, I think a lot of it we already do. Again, I think there's that disconnect between, we look at fines and they go in the general operating and we think, oh, where are they going? And, it's nice to see where they go. But I think a lot of times when we see how many tickets are being issued, we address that before, like, we don't need this to address that. Admin already does that. When we're seeing a lot of infractions in one area, we generally do some kind of campaign to deal with that. So I think with how you're trying, I get where your heart's at with this one, but I can't support this right now just because, again, I think it's creating more work than is actually benefiting. I think a lot of this work's already happening. We already generally get a report on fines and what things are happening, CAL updates and things. So a lot of this already comes to us. Admin does a great job of looking at that information and getting on top of things if we see things are getting out of hand. You can just where this came out of with the commercial food waste issues, that was, it became an issue and we attempted to deal with the issue. So There's always going to be issues. There's always, again, I get what you're saying, that you don't want fines to go to a thing. And really, the only one that we do is that officer that's paid by the photo radar, which again has been since I've been on council, recommended every year that we don't do that anymore, but we keep doing it. So that obviously is going to change going into the future. So at this time, I can't support this because I think a lot of this is already being taken care of. I think there's more of it's trying to fix an issue that I don't think is truly an issue right now. Like I get that you don't like that the fine revenue is going to general operating because, you know, it can essentially get lost, but really we all know that it's going there and then it's going out and it may indirectly going to certain programs. And now if you have a specific program you wanted to bring forward, like at budget time, then I'll be happy to take a look at it then. So, but I won't be able to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I feel like the majority of what you're looking for here, Councillor Graham, is already reflected in our quarterly reports as well as in our budget presentations to the Finance Committee. I guess I'm trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve with this motion, and I don't see the problem yet. I understand that you have philosophical sort of ideas as to how you think fine revenue should be treated, but I don't know if this is going to get you to where you want to be. I think a lot of it, again, it can be found in the year-end reports that we receive for when we prepare for budget, as well as within the quarterly reports provided through our COW. So I won't be able to support this. I also think that there is a disconnect and a misunderstanding as to how fine revenue in general is received. People aren't laying back saying, oh, please take my fine. Like, you know, we have to go to court and there's a lot of time and expense, and not just the lawyer part, like the hard cost, the bill that comes in, but the energy and time of administration in which to actually even get to the lawyer part. Mind you, with every successful or unsuccessful fine, we actually learn something, and I've understood that from administration so that we get better at it and we know what to ask for. But yeah, I think that if it goes into general revenue, it's actually probably being eaten up identically by the amount of work and energy in terms of just actually getting that fine, if we get it at all. So I'm unfortunately going to not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Just trying to understand this part. Is the biggest piece that you're looking for, Councillor Graham, the report at annual year end? Is that the part that's like the biggest, or is it the other spot where there's a vision of taking this pot of money and then like parsing it out, or is the report part strong enough for informational purposes that you can make budgetary decisions from that point?
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I think the thing I'm looking for here most is transparency in where fine revenue goes. I agree that we, at budget time, do address a lot of these concerns anecdotally. We get to them. We see what's happening, and we have the ability to make adjustments as need be. This, to me, would give the ability to say this money went directly to this. To me, that transparency to the public is meaningful. As Councillor Hillstead pointed out, we will address these things, and this is not the end of the world. These are philosophical ideas as to how you think this money should be treated, and where you can directly see it go or not go. Right now, we see it go into general revenue and get parsed out accordingly, somehow. That would be my response.
Councillor Graham, I'm not going to be able to support your motion either. I believe we do have that transparency in our departmental breakdowns. There's credits given based on fine revenues, and therefore the ask in the particular department is net of that. So it's not like it just disappears into this general revenue stream and just deduct it off. Secondly, I think that the practical result of this is that it will not be counted as revenue. It can't be in the recommendation if it's going to be held for council discretion, and therefore it's an automatic increase to the amount of taxes that we raise, despite having this revenue, which, by the way, is a legitimate source of revenue for a municipality. For many of the reasons that were already stated by other members of council and in our previous discussion, I won't be able to support it. Does anybody wish to speak before I give Councillor Graham the opportunity to close? And I'm trying to see if Councillor Mara has her hand up or not. No. I think you can, just so I can see Councillor Mara better. Sorry, my eyes are going. Okay, I don't see a. Oh yeah, okay. Councillor Mara?
Thank you. I may be hard to understand, but I'll do my best here. I was struggling with this motion. I know for the reasons that everyone else has stated also that I think what Councillor Graham is looking for is that transparency, and if we can provide that to him, and I know we provide that to the public, then I don't think I could support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Graham, do you have any comments to close?
No, not really. I just want to thank everybody for the conversation and the perspective that you all bring, and I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you for the debate.
Thank you. I'll then call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the motion is defeated with Councillor Graham in favor. Okay, we'll move to this one more item before we take our lunch break then. H3, municipal election signage options. Ms. Drost, welcome to council.
Good afternoon. So my name is Annika Drost, and I'm a development planner with the town. And today I'm here to present to you a report on municipal election signage. In December 2021, Council directed administration to return with a report on options for regulating or managing election signage on municipal property. Due to capacity constraints and competing priorities, we were unable to bring the report back last year, and a new motion was made to provide a report by the end of this year. The report was based on addressing a number of concerns that were raised at the 2021 council meeting, including unsightly proliferation of election signage on town land, signage creating a financial barrier for candidates during the election, signage being a single-use plastic item, and the fact that the amount of signage did not stipulate the election results. Prohibiting election signage on municipally owned land could address some of the mentioned concerns and is something a municipality has the authority to do. As part of the report, administration looked at the town's current provisions around election signage, as well as approaches by other municipalities. Currently, election signage is captured within the temporary signage section of the land use bylaw and has its own subsection as political campaign signs. This section permits signage on both public and private property. It provides a general size restriction and time restriction, as well as material guidance and safety provisions. As long as signage adheres to these provisions, there are no restrictions on quantity or location of the signs, and no development permit is required. If someone were to erect a sign that is non-compliant with these provisions, enforcement would fall with the planning and development team at this time. A ticket ranging from $50 to $250 would be issued for the offense. As per our current standard operating procedure, enforcement measures would generally be pursued on a complaint basis. Administration reviewed the municipal election sign approach of multiple municipalities that are shown on the screen, and the majority of these municipalities regulate election signage exclusively through their land use bylaw, with only one having a separate election sign bylaw. All of the municipalities either entirely prohibit municipal election signage on municipally owned land or partially prohibit it. For the ones that partially prohibit it, these municipalities provide additional specification on sign locations, such as prohibiting signs on municipally owned property that contain municipally owned or operated buildings, or prohibiting signs on specified roadways or road infrastructure. Based on the review of these approaches, it is clear that many municipalities already prohibit election signage on municipal land to some extent. Therefore, implementing similar regulations would be consistent with the approaches of other jurisdictions. Although the majority of municipalities contain their election sign provisions within the land use bylaw, administration is recommending the creation of a separate election sign bylaw and the removal of any associated provisions within the land use bylaw. The land use bylaw predominantly provides direction for development that is more permanent in nature and is located on private property, such as business signage. Election signage differs from other signage that is addressed in the LUB due to its temporary and time-bound nature that results in the proliferation of signage all over town, rather than just site-specific signage. Despite there being value in consistency by keeping signage within the same document, administration finds that election signage can be more effectively dealt with through a separate bylaw. As a standalone bylaw, enforcement would be conducted through municipal enforcement rather than planning and development, and this could lead to faster enforcement as officers could spot non-compliant signage while they're already out patrolling. It is important to note that municipal enforcement only proactively enforces a limited number of bylaws, such as the at-large off-leash dog patrols or wildlife attractant patrols. Due to the time-sensitive nature of election signage, proactively enforcing this within current capacities would require reprioritizing proactive enforcement during that time period. Overall, a separate bylaw would allow for quicker enforcement action on non-compliant signage, and the bylaw would likely be drafted in collaboration between planning and municipal enforcement. If council were to pursue this option, a land use amendment would be required to remove any existing signage provisions from the land use bylaw. Administration recommends that council direct administration to prepare an election signage bylaw that restricts municipal election signage to private property, and an amendment to the town's land use bylaw to remove the political campaign sign section. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ross. Just a comment, I'm pretty sure that proactive enforcement would not be required. Candidates would likely be making complaints. I'm pretty sure it would be complaint-driven. So looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Ma.
I thank you for your presentation, Ms. Gross. I can totally understand your rationale for moving it, the enforcement piece, into the realm of municipal enforcement. How did it happen in the past with planning, having to like enforce the signage? Like, I just had this image of Miss Miller like walking down the street, ripping the signs out of the road, and it's just like, enough of this. In heels. Kicking them over. Both. Yeah.
Miss Miller?
Tag team.
Miss Miller?
Yeah, it's Miller time. So I can't speak to the exact rationale, as the bylaw was obviously drafted prior to my tenure with the town, but what is likely is that sign regulations, as Ms. Dross noted during her presentation, are typically included within the land use bylaw. So all types of signs are typically captured in that document, and that's probably why they landed here, but we're now at a point where we can start to reevaluate the appropriateness of that particular type of signage. As to Ms. Strauss' presentation, the temporal nature of the sign is quite different than the rest of the signage that we regulate, which is typically permanent and can have more of an impact on the streetscape from a safety as well as an aesthetic perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Probert.
Thank you, Mayor Cosert. I believe that we do regulate event signage and realtor signage under the land use bylaw, which is temporary.
Event signage falls, if it falls within arts and events, so we don't deal with that. And then real estate signage is similar. We don't require a development permit, but it has to follow the provisions within the land use bylaw.
I'll just add that any signage that's on a roadway is also under the traffic and road use bylaw, so then municipal enforcement does enforce that type of signage as well.
Okay. And then just one follow-up.
Yep.
Would we be able to change the land use bylaw to change who enforces election signage? Like, can we, is that?
Yeah, so anyone who's appointed to enforce the land use bylaw can. So we do have municipal enforcement officers do it, but it's just most people don't know where to find it in the land use bylaw as well. So it's a little more, if it was standalone or in another bylaw, it'd be easier to find rather than going through the massive document that is the land use bylaw, and might be more appropriate since it's so temporary in nature.
Yeah.
And just for the public, they call us, municipal enforcement, first when they have concerns about election signage, because they think that's just who to call. That we saw that in the last provincial election.
Yeah, no, thank you. I kind of wanted to understand the difference between a standalone bylaw and the land use bylaw in this scenario, so that really helps.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Graham, you have a question?
I was just curious where any fine revenue went.
Well done. Well done.
Okay, no, seriously. If council was curious about a couple of locations that, on public property, that we may look at, did administration have any recommendations as to those locations?
Ms. Miller?
So we didn't look at any explicit locations within the town. We wanted to bring forward a report that provided council with options and would look to further direction as to, with the recommendation we've proposed, if there are specific locations, that council could identify those for us at this time.
Would it, just as a follow-up there, would if this motion were to pass and a bylaw or a bylaw comes back that prohibits on anywhere except private property, I imagine it would be open at that point for council, a member of council, to propose an amendment that, you know, notwithstanding they're allowed at X location. And that might be the better way to approach that sort of thing when dealing with the bylaw. Is that correct? I'm seeing your nodding head.
Yes, we'd be amenable to either approach.
Great, thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, Dr. Cottle. Yes.
If I could just add, I guess the only nuance I would add to your comments there, Mayor Krausert, is if council wants administration to come back with recommendations for locations based on some criteria or some other, versus council choosing them. And I mean, I think along with Ms. Miller, I'm fine either way. But it wasn't clear from Councillor Graham's point if he was looking for administration to make a recommendation around that. So that's really the only nuance there.
Yeah, I would think that it either has to be laid out in this direction.
Yes, or an amendment at the time.
Or amendment at the time, as opposed to just providing some suggestions
But
along the way, because obviously all of council hasn't spoken to.
Right, and if you want advice from administration on that, we would need it as part of this recommendation. Otherwise, when this is approved as written and comes forward, we wouldn't have done an analysis on those locations.
Right. Councillor Graham?
From my perspective, I think I would like 3 options that are recommended by administration for us to look at. That would be my preferred method to continue down this road.
So are you suggesting that you, when the motion's made, you're going to propose an amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's start drafting that.
You want it? Go for it.
Any other questions before we move to the motion? Councillor Mara, do speak up if you would like to say anything. All right, so I will move that council direct administration to prepare, 1, an election sign bylaw that restricts municipal election signage to private property, and 2, an amendment to the town's land use bylaw to remove the political campaign signs section. And I think before speaking to the motion, I would like to give Councillor Graham the floor for your proposed amendment. Oh, you have one as well. Councillor Faubert, you have one ready?
I have provided the clerk with an amendment
Okay.
that might address.
Cool.
Okay, well then let's go with dealing with that one first.
If that's okay with everyone, I feel like.
Yeah.
We don't want to move past that.
Groundhog Day.
So I'm proposing to replace bullet point or section 1 under the motion with an election sign bylaw that limits election signage on public property to arterial roadways and major intersections, sets spacing and setback requirements, and prohibits signs in front of municipal facilities. I'll speak to this. When I went through some of what other communities do, for me, the starting point was that I think that by fully restricting election signs from all public property, we run the risk of putting candidates at a disadvantage of either considering running or running, because that is one way for people who are vying for position on town council to get themselves in front of the community. I think that free and fair democratic elections is a really important principle for me. But I also hear the feedback that because we don't have restrictions, there is a lot of signage out there when elections do happen. And looking to these other communities, these seem to be the principles that could help mitigate the aesthetic and clutter concerns. The other I considered an easier way could be just that an election sign bylaw with options to restrict municipal election signage would be a broader one, but this is the one I started with, and so I'm going to put it forward for consideration and hopefully get support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an amending motion on the table then, and I just had a question. Did you give any thought to limiting numbers of signs?
That could work too.
Like in addition to
Yeah.
this, I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know if it will just naturally take care of itself because people will get a backlash if.
I think it was the fact that it was everywhere, like every square inch, like all the roads, all the areas. For this, it's like for what I see as a result, if this is kind of the direction we follow, then the main spaces where we all as a community transit will be the spaces in which we can communicate through election signage who is running. I think that prohibiting signs in front of municipal facilities is a good idea. I hadn't thought of that before. And then the spacing, because you get like, so if you had setback requirements.
Yeah, the spacing would deal with the number.
Spacing could help deal with the number. I felt that these were the levers that we could pull to address the issue without actually fully prohibiting election signage on public property altogether.
And hopefully through it, it would define what the arterial roadways would be or the main intersections would be. And so that would set the limits. Okay. I can support this amendment. I think that it's an interesting limitation and addresses the complete free-for-all. Others having thoughts? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Faubert, like when you're thinking arterial roadways, can you give me some examples of the ones you would consider? I'm just trying to put this in my head.
Bow Valley Trail, Railway Avenue, Benchlands, Elk Run, Three Sisters Drive, Three Sisters Parkway. Nothing that like branches off into neighborhoods.
I guess the neighborhood part's like the private.
Yeah.
Part. I'm just trying to understand that does that change as much as from before that we had? Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious if it's restrictive enough if we're looking for a difference. That's all. I'm just trying to put that in my head. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
Question through the chair, through Councillor Faubert. So when that's still unlimited numbers of signs. So you can have 1 sign out, 500 signs out based on this amendment.
Oh, sorry.
I think that if we had a signage bylaw come back, we could address that, or an amendment, we could amend this motion and add sign numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion or the amending motion? Yeah, Councillor McCallum, go ahead.
Thanks. So this has been a bug in my bonnet for a real long time. And I think, I don't know, long time, 10 years at least. And I just think we should commit to election signage being eliminated on public property. I also, I appreciate the amendment in terms of spacing signs out, but spacing isn't really equitable. It just allows whoever gets there first to get their sign in. And I actually truly believe that free and fair elections can be attained through citizen engagement, mail-out, store knocking, and getting out there in the community. All things that are way less expensive than signage, not only to the candidate personally, but to our waste system in terms of how signs are recycled. So unfortunately, I won't be able to support this motion. I'm going to be a purist on this one at this point. I just really think we should take the bold step of eliminating signs on public property. Cheapers. I understand we kind of want a foot in both camps and we're worried about democracy and everything else, but democracy isn't embedded in signage. We saw this in the last few elections. We saw people with the most amount of signs, not necessarily, it didn't actually, you couldn't draw a line between their success in the election in terms of number of votes or placing. So I'm going to have to say no to this. Thank you.
Councillor Graham?
I'm sorry, I was confused. I thought we were still in debate, but now we're talking to the motion. Is that correct?
Amending.
The amendment, we're still talking about the...
Yep, still about the amending motion.
Okay, I guess I missed my opportunity for more conversation.
Well, you could, no, this is it.
Okay.
This is it.
You're good. Am I good today? I follow along the lines of Councillor McCallum on this one, and while this does do some restrictions, it doesn't go far enough for me personally. And I too hear open and free democratic, and I also agree with Councillor McCallum on this one, that signs don't translate necessarily into votes, and there are a lot of other way more effective ways for us to do this. So I guess what I'm going to ask Councillor Faubert is, did you consider going to X number of locations and your thoughts around that, as opposed to, this still feels pretty wide open to me.
That could be what comes back, because RTO roadways and major intersections, it doesn't say all of them. It just says a limit into those spaces. It could be, that could be the result. So I didn't specifically target any major areas of town with this motion, because what would happen out of this is that a sign bylaw would then come back to us, and then that is where I think more that could be a conversation then. But this could fail, and then that could be like we could be debating that kind of restriction, because I feel like you were wanting to put an option forward.
Yes.
I know that this is one that I had prepared.
Fair.
So.
Councillor Hillstead.
I am kind of stuck on both sides of this. I see the merit in this. That's, when I ran last and the first time, I limited my signs and I tried to keep it to prominent, simple locations and not go everywhere. Same time, I think that if it was just private, it just means that you got to get out there, you got to talk to people, you got to ask people that, hey, can you throw a sign up? Which I know is not, for me personally, I hated doing that. I did not want to ask someone to put a sign up in their yard because I didn't want to bother them. So I get, like, really for me, if I go with the original motion, that is actually, personally, that's going to be way tougher. But at the same time, there was a lot of signs. So, I'm kind of down with getting rid of the signs. I do think that the signs can be an issue. Just, again, it's a cost. So I think for some people, it might be easier for them to go and ask their friends to say, hey, can you put a sign up on your property for me? And I think in some ways it does actually even the playing field, because you can't just try to buy votes. That's in air quotes, because again, we've seen that, having a bunch of signs doesn't necessarily mean anything. Having almost no signs can mean you get a lot of votes. So it's just, again, there's not that correlation between signage and votes really isn't there. Like, yes, I think having signs up around town does help the public know that, hey, we're coming into an election, start thinking about this. And, a few years ago, I would have been totally on board with this, but now I'm more leaning towards just private property, because again, just the amount of signage that we see can be a little overwhelming, can get out of hand quickly. So I think I'm not going to be able to support this. I think I'm going to go more towards the original motion of just restrict it to private. I think this, I think that actually helps democracy, because it forces people that want to run, they need to go out there, they need to talk to people, they need to go knock on doors, they need to reach out, they need to connect with their community. They can't just be like, all right, I'm going to buy a bunch of signs and slap them up and hope that I get the vote. So in some ways, I think that option one is actually better for democracy. I think it is better for engagement with our community. So I'm not going to be able to support this.
Okay, thank you. Speaking further to the motion myself, when I first read this, I had in my mind having as if this was a few exceptions. And I'm not opposed to a few exceptions. But thanks to Councillor Ma's question about arterial roadways, and I appreciate your response also that it could be very limited. I think where I'm landing is if anybody wants a few exceptions, to actually bring it to the actual bylaw that's prohibiting on public property. And then you can bring that location you're thinking of. It could be a particular patch of ground that people can make sure that their name's out there or something. So I'm not going to support this amending motion, given that my understanding is now it's a little bit too wide for my liking. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert, would you like to close?
No, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Karen? Councillor Mara? No? No? Okay. Councillor Maud, did you want to?
Just a quick question of what's going for procedure. Is there another amending motion coming forward from another councillor after this? Okay, thank you.
I guess so. Okay, so I'll call the question on this amending motion. All those in favor? And Councillor Mara is in favor. All those opposed? Okay, so the motion is defeated with Councillors Faubert and Mara in favor. Councillor Graham, did you have an amending motion you wanted to put forward? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I just sent it to the clerk. Yeah, I did, yes. I hope I did. Yeah. It was, I just sent it.
It's hot.
My grammar might not be awesome here. Thank you. That administration recommend 4 locations that may be considered by council for this bylaw. I think that there are locations in town that we could all put one sign at that are prominent locations that allow the general public to see the folks whom are running for this position. I believe that this is restrictive enough to not be proliferated all over town, yet prominent enough that folks can get their names out there. I kind of picked the 4 locations off the top of my head right here, so I'm definitely open to discussion around is that the appropriate number or not. I leave it to my fellow council members to debate this motion.
So just as a matter of procedural, where this would fit, what I'm wondering if you're open to a friendly amendment, that this actually gets tacked on to the end of number 1. So it says an election sign bylaw that restricts municipal election signage to private property, and maybe except for 4 locations on public property that would be recommended by administration, something like that.
Thank you. I think that does make sense procedurally and grammatically within our recommendation here, yes.
Okay, so it would be within the sign bylaw to restrict outright except for 4 locations.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, except for 4 public locations or public property locations. Okay, so this would just be tacked on to the end of that.
Yeah.
Does that capture?
That captures the essence of what
Okay.
I'm looking to achieve here, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Should,
Yep.
I also, I feel fairly strongly that this should be 1 sign per candidate at that location. Should that be captured within this?
Okay, yes, it should be. So, except for 4 public property locations recommended by administration where a candidate may place 1 sign
Thank you very much.
at each location, or something like that. Yeah. 1 sign at each respective location, something. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the amending motion on floor. Anyone wishing to speak to that motion? Councillor McCallum?
I will not be supporting this. I believe we should have no signage on public property. I do not believe that it is, if somebody's putting their name forward for council, I believe that citizen engagement is a large piece of that, and being able to get signage and support on private property or in windows of cars. There's a variety of creative ways to get your name out there. that do not include using public property in that regard. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? I will then call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. She voted in favor. So the amending motion is carried with Mayor Krausert, Councillor Hillstad, and Councillor McCallum opposed. All right, so now we have an amended motion on the table. Any other amendments? Seeing none? All right, so in speaking to the motion, I do believe that limiting the number of signs on public properties in the best interest of the community, it just becomes a visual noise. And as has been stated by Councillor McCallum and Councillor Hillstad, really getting signs on private property is a more effective sign of support, and it's also engaging in with the community. I was on the fence on that amendment. It's really a very small exclusion to that, and so I'm fine with that. So I will support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to support the motion. I can totally see the sentiment behind like Mayor Krausert, Councillor McCallum, and Councillor Hillstad about not having signs on any public property. I do think 4 locations is pretty minimal, and I think for some folks that are new to campaigning, even just getting your first couple of signs out on a public spot is not a bad way to get your momentum going. And yeah, I also feel just with 4 locations, 1 sign per location is pretty easy to enforce that as well. And it's trying the best for a balanced approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum?
I will not be supporting this. I, once again, I'm disappointed in our inability to be disciplined in this regard. I don't, we see communities adjacent to us, immediately adjacent to us, having free and fair elections, not permitting any signage on their property. Certain members of council compare us to that community all the time, and yet in this regard, it's not good enough. So I just call it just fed up with bandying this topic around and not being able to stick our feet firmly in the plant of saying, no, we don't need more. We limit all signage all throughout town in very prescriptive ways all the time, yet when it comes to elections, we're afraid. And not just this dais, I hear it provincially and federally as well when we have elections, and so I'm sorry, I just can't support it. And I know that I'm the one that always says you can have some of what you want or you can have none of what you want. I'll take none, because I just don't understand why we can't even try it for 1 election cycle and see what happens. I'm just, yeah. I'm sorry, I can't do it. And I don't like being this person where I just, snarkily stick my hand and I vote against something. But in this case, I'm just on principle, cannot do it. I'm sorry.
Well, that's obviously perfectly within your right to do. In speaking to those concerns, I actually see this as getting 99.9% of what you want, all but 4 signs. So, personally, I much rather have this go forward and have 4 signs on public property, limited to the 4 signs in limited locations, as opposed to, if this is defeated, it's the status quo, and it's just a proliferation of signs wherever. So While I appreciate your purist approach, I'm going to take the 99.9% purist approach. Yeah. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Oh, Councillor McCallum, go ahead.
So if this amendment is defeated, then we go back to the original motion.
The amendment was passed,
Oh, okay, so okay, my apologies, thank you.
and so we are the original motion as amended. All right, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak to the motion, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors McCallum and Faubert opposed. It's now 12:50. We're going to take an hour break for lunch, and we will return at 1:50. Yeah, it was all part of the motion. Number 2 was all part of the motion. So, okay. All right. We will return at 1:50. Okay, we're back.
See a whole arc of sign technology.
The next item on the agenda is H4, Appointment of Code of Conduct Investigator. Mr. Drydsik, I think that's you. Welcome to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a recommendation, request for decision for council to appoint a second investigator under the Code of Conduct to cover the unavailability of the regular investigator. Under the Code of Conduct bylaw, it's delegated to council the role of appointing a person to act as investigator. That person cannot be a municipal employee or a member of the councilors' families. Council has appointed Barbara McNeil as the investigator based on Resolution 148-2018, made June 19th, 2018. Now, the process provided by the Code of Conduct depends on the position of investigator being filled. The investigator currently appointed is one individual and not always available, so administration is recommending creating a roster of more than one investigator. And the current investigator has recommended 3 firms to act when she's unavailable: Method Work Investigations, Sage Analytics, and ADR Education. I've contacted all 3 of these firms. ADR Education had no one available in Alberta at this time. Method and Sage are both qualified and suitable. Administration is recommending Sage Analytics. The investigators have provided some proposals that they asked be kept confidential because they contain business information, as a proposal would. So if council wants to discuss those, then that should go in camera under the FOIP exceptions in the staff report. But apart from that, I'm open to questions prior to looking at our proposed resolutions that council appoint Sage Analytics and direct administration to enter an agreement with Sage Analytics.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Drydsik. When you talk about qualified, what are the things you're looking for or characteristics that lead to that conclusion?
Yeah, so really, I broke it down into, say, 3 big categories. One would be the personnel and experience. We'd want to know what partners the firm is proposing to assign to this role and what are their experience with municipal code of conduct investigations in particular, and with investigations and municipal governance matters more broadly speaking. Second would be the commercial aspects, their fees, the total estimated costs of running investigations through their firms, any value-added services that they may provide as part of their package, and their billing models, hourly rates, need for retainers or not. So that's the commercial piece, and then the third one would be any kind of supplemental or unique features of the investigators in terms of their own backgrounds and their own approaches to investigations that I would see as a good fit or compatibility with the town's needs. So that's what I would refer to as qualified and informal. And again, they've both provided some proposals that I could share with you.
I have a follow-up. In terms of being an experienced investigator, are they a licensed investigator in Alberta?
There's no license for municipal code of conduct investigations. Both firms have people who are trained and certified in various forms of alternative dispute resolution, like mediation and arbitration. Their profiles are slightly different. Method investigators' partners are licensed practicing lawyers, so they're a law firm, and their main background is in labor and employment and workplace investigations, although they've done municipal code of conduct matter as well. SAGE is slightly different profile in that they are not licensed practicing lawyers, although they may have one on their partner roster. They are more of a specialist in municipal matters. So they have a large resume of municipal code of conduct investigations. Their principal partners served as ethics commissioner, which is like a proactive advisor on council conduct matters, have been appointed to do municipal inspections by the provincial government and provide an array of services related to governance and evaluations for municipalities. So there's kind of your two experience profiles. You got your lawyer investigators who have done some municipal code of conduct work, or you've got more of the full service municipal investigation, inspection and municipal governance firm who are not certified lawyers, and they both have the ADR piece.
Awesome. I am good now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Driedzik. I just took an opportunity to take a look at the website for the SAGE that you have recommended. They look great, except I noticed that one of their principals or one of their staff are a former member of staff for the town of Canmore and a local community activist. And so I'm wondering if we would ensure that that person might not be appointed to any investigations that we have moving forward, just to ensure that there's a good firewall between the work being done and the worker doing the work.
That can be done.
Perfect.
This was actually brought to our attention by the current investigator when she recommended these firms, noted that there's a former town employee on the associate roster at Sage Analytics. She didn't think that it was an issue, but I did my own look at it, and I kind of broke it down into, is this a conflict of interest issue, or is it a apprehension of bias issue? It's not a conflict of interest issue.
No, it's not. There's
nothing there that would prevent the investigator from doing her duties. So the real question is, are you concerned with any prejudgment on the part of the investigator? And you always want to ask a question like that when you're hiring an impartial investigator to be independent. So there's some safeguards here. The fellow is not in the roster of proposed associates for this project. They've listed 2 main partners to be the investigator and 3 others of their firm members on their team. The former employee is none of those 5 people, so they've assigned a different roster to provide this thing. My understanding is that he's in an entirely different branch of their firm. He's a finance type who does
and I was going to
finance.
point that out, and that there's
Okay.
other people there that have similar expertise as him, so he's not the only option, but he's not
No.
necessarily
We would ensure that
an expert in code of
that we
conduct
would
or-
not get him. Now, interestingly, the other firm, Method Investigation, has 2 partners, and I understand that one of them resides in Canmore, so they would be in the same position of having to assign the partner who has no relation to the community. So it's the same. It's the type of thing we'd have to navigate no matter what. Now, I'm comfortable with this recommendation, despite that one associate. If you have any concerns at all, there is a further safeguard that I can offer here, and that is that SAGE has proposed naming their individual principal as the investigator in the resolution, much like you've currently done with Barbara McNeil. So I could give her name to Cheryl. Her name is Sherry Ann Doolidge, and we would simply amend my own proposed resolution, so it would say council appoint Sherry Ann Doolidge of Sage Analytics as the investigator. You'd still have the comfort that you now have 2 investigators on your roster if one's not available, but you'd also have the comfort that you're assigning one individual in that firm who is their principal and not going to bring in that other individual. So if you'd like to make that motion to amend my proposed resolution, I'm completely fine with that, and I can give the name to Cheryl.
Sure. Let's do that, and then if anybody would like to go more to the general, they can bring that up as proposed. Oh.
If anybody else is interested, I just wanted to ensure that
Okay.
that was understood and that
Then we'll leave it as is, and if anybody wants to propose an amendment and see if council support, we can do that. Okay. I do want to ask if anybody needs to go in camera to ask any specifics around the firm's proposals, because that was the recommendation that we do go in council if that's the case. I'm not seeing anybody doing that. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. So with regards to Sage Analytics, was Sherry Ann Duliage, the president, offering to be the investigator?
She's basically proposing that she would be I'd call it a team leader. She would be the lead investigator, but they're going to bring two people if they ever have to do an interview, and that's just their model of investigators, and they've listed a number of other partners who will provide a supporting role.
Okay.
So Sherry Ann Duliage is both the president of Sage Analytics and would be the lead investigator, and that's why I'm completely comfortable with either model, appointing their firm or appointing her individually from her firm as the investigator.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, so I will move that council appoint Sage Analytics to perform the duties of investigator as set out in the Code of Conduct for Elected Officials Bylaw 2018-2, and that council direct administration to negotiate a non-exclusive service agreement with Sage Analytics that allows for the continued use of the investigator appointed by Resolution 148-2018. Just speaking to the motion, I think that it's a good idea to have that that depth, and so I support the motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item H5, 2022 Utility Master Plan. Mr. Como, welcome to council.
It's nice to be here. Thank you, Mayor Kraussert and members of council. So back in middle of May, we had administration as well as our consultant who completed the utility master plan, did a presentation to council's information, and there was some good dialogue, good questions, and now we are back in front of council to seek approval to recommend to accept the report, or I'll just read this, that council accept the 2022 utility master plan for planning purposes. So with that, I will see if there are any questions. The staff report also had the detail of the original briefing report, and of course the report is in there as well, the utility master plan.
All right. Looking to questions then. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Como. Since May and this version of the utility master plan was presented to us, have there been changes to the plan?
No, there has not.
Oh.
No. Well, no. There has not been changes since the, well, there was, I think there was a version control issue that we had made a change in June around units, and so to be more, sorry, not units, it was mostly to do with the putting in a calculation on how deep utilities were to be cost shared based on the age of the pipe. So that was put in there after the fact,
And then
which is in your presentation today.
And then as a result of the Court of Appeal decision today, would there be required an update to the unit counts in this plan?
I confirmed with SEMA consultant today that there's enough flex within the utility master plan and assumptions that were made on the growth projections that there would be no need to do a revision to the current UMP. The reason for that is facilities, pipes, they grow at significant increments. So it would have to be a significant change in the unit counts to justify having to reopen this and do further calculations. Further to that, the UMP is updated every 5 to 6 years. So this plan is a 25-year projection. There's going to be another 4 or 5 iterations on this. If there's a change in unit counts of any significance, it will certainly be captured in the next one.
Wait, so if there's going to be 4 or 5 iterations of this, why would we not approve the final one?
The challenge is, especially with ASPs, is there's quite a range. So between now and the next one, we'll have a better idea of what's actually been put into place and then what's left to be done based on the
Just for
hectares
clarity,
that are
you're
being
talking, when you say the next one, we're talking 5 years from now.
5 or 6 years from now.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
The other is, sometimes there's development that we didn't foresee in an area of town, especially redevelopment. If council wants to change zoning, all of those things will have an impact. So it's prudent to make those updates. There's also technology changes, so depending on how what the facilities look like, and also we want to make sure we capture those as well.
I guess my concern, and I'll just ask it as a question, is are we approving the most up-to-date and accurate version of the utility master plan moving forward? Or by accepting this for planning purposes, does that give administration the ability to adjust based on what the plan directs with some space?
So administration uses this for planning purposes. So based on our best guess on development projections, they have, for example, a capital plan with very specific years where they believe there'll be triggers to move forward with certain projects. The reality is, looking backwards helps us look forwards, is though that's really beneficial, we've captured all the projects that need to be done. Where I believe there is some flexibility is when they're done, because growth sometimes may not be as quickly as projected. So projects can be deferred 2 or 3 years. Like Pump House 2, for example, was slated originally in the previous UMP for 2018. Here we are starting construction in 2023. So there is some flexibility there. So it's not super rigid. There is some opportunity to play with it. So administration will do that in the utility rate model, and then of course that helps feed our proposed capital plans for council to consider. And it may look different for those reasons.
Yeah. What about the breakdown between in terms of that leads into the offsite levy process? Like what's decided that's based on new growth and what is not new growth? Is that in
Well,
this?
that is spelled out in here. So each project, regardless of when they start, well, actually, no, I can't say that, because for the facility infrastructure, it's pretty clear in this report through the consultant's investigation as to what the cost share should be. So it's 50-50, 100%, whatever it is, depending on how much additional capacity we're now able to run through the system. Pipes are a little bit different. That's why we took a bit of a different approach here. We want to recognize the age of the pipe, and we believe it's beneficial to the development industry, that approach. So if we recognize the age of the pipe, its amortization period, and so if a pipe lasts longer, the development industry, even though we're upsizing the pipe, would pay less under that scenario. But those calculations are in there. So those ones will change depending on the timing, because the pipe is now 1 or 2 years older or younger.
Thank you.
I just see manager 1 here. Was there something that you wanted to add, Ms. Smithers? No? Okay. Mr. Como, when the experts were here at the Committee of the Whole, they spoke of, due to regulation changes, but also, read in the report, due to capacity issues, that there will need to be a new wastewater treatment plant, I guess by 2031?
Roughly, 2032.
Is that when we have to comply with the new regulations and our?
Yeah, we just began a new 10-year approval to operate, so it'll expire then, and we'll have to have those conditions in place by then.
So when I look at the utility master plan, and forgive me if I missed it, but I don't see the actual replacement of the plant, the pricing of that and stuff in there. Did I miss it, or?
Yeah, it's not in the utility master plan per se. What's in there is, and maybe to help be more clear for council is, because I can see how this could be confusing. There's the consultant actually created 3 documents.
Yeah.
So there's the initial utility master plan. Within that, there was an appendix where they had done the capacity evaluation. So that was primarily looking at the existing plant and what would need to be what would be required to retrofit to get to build out. And this kind of all accumulated at the same time we were given notice that there was changes to our regulatory approval to operate. So we initiated a 3rd document, which was to do a technology review. What is going to be required of the plant to meet the new conditions by the province? Right.
So I see the appendix. The last appendix is the wastewater treatment plant capacity evaluation. And that, in the very last paragraph or 2, makes reference to a wastewater treatment plant technology evaluation of April 5th. So that doesn't form part of the utility master plan that we're approving for planning purposes today, I take it. And so my question then is, how will that come to council as far as recommendations around a new wastewater treatment plant?
So with when we did and we're in the process of doing the utility rate model updates, we have in there to do, as recommended by SEMA, to do a technology review. So the tricky thing is right now we're flying at probably 50,000 feet right now in terms of what the plant capacity, what changes are required to be able to deal with the regulatory piece. So it's difficult to say exactly what that is, and we'll learn more about that when we're able to complete that study. That said, there's no reason why we couldn't include that technology review as a final appendix in the utility master plan as well, or as an appendix to the appendix of the capacity upgrade.
I guess what I just want to make sure is that it sounds like that study is still in the works, and there hasn't been a determination of exactly what is needed, but given the potential of the very high cost of a new wastewater treatment plant, we're going to need as much runway as possible to plan for it, potentially seek grants for it, or advocate for grants for it. Mm-hmm. And before we do that, we'll have to understand what it is that's being proposed and why it's being proposed so that we can advocate for it properly. And so I guess, how do you foresee that coming forward to council?
Yeah.
So imagine it's going to be in a capital plan as
Yeah.
it looks down the road, but it may not hit our next 5-year one.
It will.
It will?
It
Okay.
will, because as I mentioned, we're flying at 50,000 feet. We need to get closer and closer to that runway, as you mentioned, so that we can have a fairly refined project scope, and most importantly, determining what is going to be the best technology to complement our current plant and our footprint that we have. So that technology review, we didn't really see it necessarily as part of the utility master plan. We saw it as a guiding document for administration as far as taking all the different options we have, really consolidate down to two, and basically a roadmap as to what's next, which is including this technology review investigation, which we'll need to do within the next year or two. Because it will take multiple years to get to that stage.
Yeah, and so the utility master plan, I mean, it typically informs offsite levy bylaw. It also informs capital projects in the budget. So I guess what I would be putting out there is an expectation that when it hits our capital budget planning, that we have some understanding about it. So it's not happening the year that it's planned to start. We need to understand that what's happened, because we obviously can't embark on what was the quote of the expert, somewhere between $80 million and $125 million exercise without understanding how we get there, because there is nothing else on our capital planning that is that big.
Right. And I know it wasn't in the UMP at the time of the May presentation, but we did walk through that.
Yeah.
The consultant walked through the criteria that they looked at to scale it to the two final technologies that we'll be looking at. Yeah. So if there is a need to have a report approved by council to allow administration to move to the next step, I think it would be prudent to do that today to save us from having to come back. We believe the vast majority of that information was shared with council back in May, and we could simply have that as as an appendix to the existing or the proposed UMP.
Well, I don't know if that is, and I recognize I guess my question's in around, when it came to us at Cal, that was presented to us. And, I don't know about anybody else, but I walked away from there going, continuing to think about it and gathering my questions afterwards. So I didn't actually have the opportunity to ask my questions fully at that time. I would like to have it come back perhaps as part of the budget process as we understand certain capital projects, have that discussion so we can ask questions about, once again, confirming the process. How did we get here? Did we look at add-ons to our current system that would meet the regulation and increase capacity, whatever, that are much less expensive, and why doesn't that work? And, and having that sort of a discussion, I think that would be something I'd be looking for. So I don't know if it's something that could be done today.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I can take that back and talk to our senior leadership team about that. Yeah. No, well.
Yep. Any other questions? If I could just then ask Dr. Cottle, does that sound like a good process as far as being able to have that discussion in around the budget time?
We are already talking about what we need to discuss with council around that at budget time. So as long as Mr. Como has the technical information he needs, we're planning to do it already. So I don't see it as a problem.
Okay, so we're aligned. Okay, thank you. And just so you know, my screen says CAO is the first one, and so.
Okay.
That's
Which
why,
one is the
that's
clerk?
why I turned that one on first. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Okay, so no other questions? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Como, I appreciate that. There's a lot of work. Yes. All right, so I will move that council accept the 2022 Utility Master Plan for planning purposes. Councillor Faubert, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll speak in favor of this motion. I am thankful that this has come back for us to accept in order to provide council direction. I think that's really important when it comes to the roles and responsibilities that we have as elected officials. And I look forward to continuing to work together on delivering our utilities to our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking to the motion, I'm just going to pull up something that I sorry, I was just trying to pull up a document. I had asked several other municipalities in the mid-sized cities mayor's caucus as to their process around this sort of work, because I wanted to understand what they did and how they approached it, and it was actually quite divided. It ranged from, and it was like split 50-50. Actually, slightly more against this sort of thing coming to council, because it's a highly technical document. It's for planning purposes, and it's off-site levies and capital budget that it informs, and those come to council for approval. So that's sort of one end of the spectrum. And like I said, just slightly more than 50% of those who responded. I think I got about 10 or 11 responses. On the other half, they say absolutely, we bring it to council. I think one was the fact that anything that's called a master plan comes to council. But the difference is there is only one really performed like a general public engagement. All the others, even those accepting, said, look, this is a very specific, finite public that should have input into this, mostly developers and professionals, because it is highly technical. You wouldn't want, I mean, it wouldn't be appropriate for general public engagement on something like that. So it was interesting. So I'm happy that we're bringing this back. It's certainly not something that everybody does or that we absolutely have to do, but at least then there's a level of awareness on council for it. So I will be speaking, or I will be voting in favor of this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Approved unanimously. Thank you. And thank you for all the work that goes into this. We'll now move to I1. I1? No. Integrated Parking Management Plan Update. Ms. Miller, Mr. Asarte, welcome to council.
Good afternoon. Not quite. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Apologies for the delay. Ms. Miller and I are presenting today on behalf of administration. For the presentation, I propose we run through and provide an overview of all of the material, and then we'll have discussion at the end. If you do, however, have any clarifying questions, please feel free to jump in. There's a lot of technical info and graphs, and
sure.
It's important that everybody understands.
Okay, so if somebody doesn't understand something, jump in. Otherwise, we'll save our questions to the end because it may be covered.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, so while a lot of the information that's presented today is going to be paid parking related, we're framing this as integrated parking management. There are a number of different strategies in the integrated parking management plan that contribute to not only easing parking congestion and congestion in the town center, but also doing so in a way that's consistent with all of our other community values of the transportation plan and our municipal plan. A paid parking program, of course, is a key strategy. along with the regulation that comes with it. And that has now been in place in the town center for over a year and up at Quarry Lake for over 2 years. So today we're providing a comprehensive overview of the last 14 months or so of operation, and also talking about how program changes are addressed as we work through implementation. In the update, we'll look at the reviews. We will review the goals of the Integrated Parking Management Plan, take a look at how things went during that first year, look at feedback and opportunities for changes to the program moving forward, including feedback from the downtown BIA, which was presented to Council back in May of this year. We'll walk through the decision-making framework, how we make decisions about changes to the program, and talk about next steps. The 2018 Integrated Parking Management Plan that was approved by Council back at the June 2018 regular meeting. The plan outlines strategies for meeting Council's goals of managing traffic congestion and parking in the town center, as well as the broader community. And these strategies then informed a Council priority that came out of strategic planning to explore implementation of paid parking in order to help fund fare-free transit locally. The parking plan continues to align with Council's goal of livability and environment, specifically around helping to advance safe multimodal transportation shift, and by providing subsidized free parking for 3 hours for residents, as well as fare-free transit for the broader community. So the IPMP, Integrated Parking Management Plan, outlines how parking strategies such as regulation and pricing can improve parking management. And so these include ensuring prime parking is used for the highest uses. So these are short-term trips, deliveries, customer parking. It ensures that parking is available in the areas where people are going to look for parking. And that's really important because it means that they don't arrive at the spot they want to park, find it's full, and drive around. And that's, through studies, been found to contribute up to 30% of the congestion in downtown areas is just people looking for parking. It'll help fund transportation initiatives. The plan envisions it offsetting the costs of parking. That parking's not free. There are infrastructure costs. There are operational costs associated with parking. And the pricing parking can be implemented along with better information for drivers. So it's all around a better experience, though there's a cost. You're going to find parking, you'll have better information on parking. And then, of course, with a program like this, we can use technology to help with paying for parking, doing more efficient enforcement, paying for tickets, and those sorts of things. So there's opportunities to improve the parking experience overall. And we'll show today how the program is lined up with these outcomes. So with those goals in mind, let's have a look at how things went in the first year plus of implementation. Starting in June of 2022, residents and businesses were able to apply for residential parking permits, and this would allow them to have access to 3 free hours in any paid parking zone. So that was town center as well as Quarry Lake, as well as to be able to park in any zones that were established as residential parking zones in the periphery of paid parking zones. By making the resident zones open to not just the residents of the area, but the broader community, that really allows them to function well during times when they aren't impacted by parking spillover. Your friends from the community or businesses coming to work on your house can also have those passes and be able to freely move within any parking zone in the community. Spillover was initially a concern, and that was carefully monitored in the zones around the town center and Quarry Lake, and for the most part, spillover has not materialized into a major issue. There were a few notable vehicles parking in some of the residential zones early on, and that ultimately got resolved through working directly with residents and the people using the parking. Grassy Lakes this year did see some spillover on the hottest of hot days, and it was unclear whether that was residents using that space because they knew Quarry Lake was going to be full, so they preferentially parked there. But that's something that we'll continue to keep an eye on. So in terms of resident permits, 8,105 users were approved for parking permits with 13,775 unique plates. So majority of these are with one vehicle at 57% and 28% with two vehicles, and then smaller percentages with more. At this time, there's a maximum of 5 vehicles per residential household. People have used that. Beyond that, they just have to pick which vehicles they're going to have registered in the parking.
So just clarity there. For myself, I have both my vehicles registered. My wife has both the same vehicles registered. So we would be each one person in the users, but would we both be registering as 2 vehicles?
The vehicles are registered by plate. So do you have 4 unique plates, or is it
two unique plates? We both have the same plates on our.
That's right. So that'd be registered as 2 vehicles.
Okay.
It goes by license plates. Again, with 267 businesses registered their vehicles as part of the program, a total of 1,059 vehicles, unique license plates to those 267. And the bulk of those are with 1 to 4 vehicles each. So this is the distribution of permits over time that were issued. We had the big surge early on. We had a 1-year renewal period. Ms. Miller will speak a little bit about operationally some of the challenges with this and some ideas moving forward, but this essentially shows how permits were processed. In May and June of this year, there were a lot of in-person renewals done at the front desk at the Civic Center, and the paid parking team worked with the Canmore Seniors Association to hold a night where members had the opportunity to do in-person renewals as well. On November 1st of 2022, there was a resident permit holder, a monthly pass for resident permit holders that allowed employees to park in the town center lots on a monthly basis. And the total of permits issued to date has been 181. So this, with a peak month of approximately 26. So this is satisfying a very specific need, but we're not seeing a really outsized use of this type of permit. And it's representing a relatively small percentage of the parking stock that's being utilized in this way. So we see that the seasonality of pricing for these passes, they're $83 during peak season and $41.50 during off-peak, is helping to bring the number of passes issued down in that peak season. And so this is something we think is working well to serve a particular need, and we'll just continue to monitor it over time. Council also approved the implementation of a non-resident employee parking permit. This is available only to employees of the town center and only during the off-peak season. And this will give access to the same monthly lots as the resident monthly permits. And that permit will be available starting November 1st, and that's for a $96 a month fee and is available up to April 30th. The fee differential represents that ratepayers in Canmore are contributing already to the cost of parking, and those outside the community are not. And so this is a way to more a reflection of the true cost of parking in the rates that we charge. One of the primary goals of pricing parking is to increase the availability of parking and to have that effect of reducing congestion by achieving a maximum utilization, ideally of 80 to 85%. At that point, your lots, you're going to start to get full lots in your prime parking areas, and you're going to start introducing that circulation. So we can't directly get utilization without going out and physically checking, but we do have transactions by hour, and so we've used those to infer parking utilization over the months. And calibrated those with 3 actual physical days of counts that took place this past August. So we had a team go out, count cars, use that to calibrate. So the results of the analysis are shown in this graph. And this, at this point, we've got it refined to the point where we're looking at monthly average peak period utilization. So this is the busiest time of the day on average for weekdays for that month. So based on this analysis, we saw a low of 40% utilization in November 2023. The trend has been a year-over-year increase in utilization. So each month coming into the peak season, we've seen an increase, and you can see the increase year-over-year for July and August. Weekend utilization we're seeing is consistently higher, particularly in peak season where it's now above 80%. We're seeing dips in December and January of last year. That could be attributed to a pretty bad snow year, pretty cold December and January. But starting in May, weekend utilization is consistently at targets or above, with strong year-over-year growth. So what those monthlies don't show is the discrepancy between areas in the town center. And so this image is taken from our physical counts that were done, and it illustrates that manual counts taken on a Sunday in August. Red is showing over 85% in overutilization, orange is 70 to 84%, and green is under 70%. We have the prime areas are generally filling up, and then we'll have the areas surrounding that are below utilization targets. So while the average suggests that we're meeting our targets, when we're looking at prime parking and year-over-year trends, it suggests a need to review rates for peak periods. In 2023, the total number of transactions in July and August increased by 23%. Notably, half of this increase in transactions is attributable to residents. Excuse me. Just getting over a cold.
We can take a break for a minute or two if you like.
Just 1 second.
Yep.
How far are you going to be? Okay.
Poor Andy.
It's okay. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Yep. There's no.
This is very emotional.
No rush.
Okay. I was doing really good up until then. So what's notable in this graph and in the increase year over year is that resident transactions were responsible for 55% of the increase. Or sorry, resident transactions increased by 55%, while visitor transactions increased by 15%. So overall, what we're seeing is that the share of transactions by locals went from 20% to 25%. That can be attributed to several factors. We think people are getting used to how the system works and using it. There's an increase in the number of pass holders, so that more people are figuring out how to get their vehicles registered. And generally, there's an increase in parking availability. So this is a positive trend. People are taking advantage of the system. But this is something to monitor because it is locals utilizing parking. All right, I'm turning it over.
Yeah.
I'm calling it. I tried.
You did great.
All right, so hey, I'm here a little early. So residents do tend to use utilize shorter parking sessions, so they're often taking multiple shorter trips to the town center and averaging 88 minutes per session. Visitors tended to stay longer with an average session length of 114 minutes. The Blink-A app functionality that allows for a session to be easily extended has been well utilized, with 8% of all transactions being time extensions. So residents are twice as likely to use this functionality as a result of residents being far more likely to use the app. So moving on to some multimodal transportation shift. So it's not possible to determine the specific role that parking regulation and pricing has played in supporting mode shift, as these strategies are a part of a larger suite of efforts, which include increased transit service, infrastructure improvements, and societal trends. That said, trends in walk, cycle, and transit users are positive over the past several years, with strong increases correlating with the start of the pay parking program in the town center. The share of trips taken by foot and bicycle have seen a significant shift in recent years, as measured at key intersections in and around the town center. The most dramatic shift has occurred in the period encompassing the introduction of pay parking, with a nearly 12% reduction in vehicle trip share on long weekends between 2019 and 2023, down to 69%. Weekday splits have similarly improved, with a large increase in walk trips noted over 2019 and a reduction of vehicle trip share to 80%. So we can add that to the walk and cycle trip share, another roughly 2 to 3% of transit trips. Transit ridership across the entire Bow Valley is experiencing significant growth, due in part to the coordination of transportation strategies across the partner jurisdictions, including pay parking, parking restrictions, and improved transit service. This is reflected in strong increases to the Canmore-Banff regional route, with a 39% increase versus 2019. For local transit ridership, where you'd expect to see a more pronounced impact from both paid parking and also fare-free transit, ridership is up 102% from 2019. Overall, mode shift is tracking towards our 2030 integrated transportation plan goals. Though this shift is supported by a suite of strategies, improved regulation and pay parking implementation playing an important role in removing driving subsidies, supporting transit growth, and encouraging people to walk and cycle. This is where I would normally jump in, so here we go. So as a reminder, we're gonna do a little teaser for the for the revenue, but just as a reminder, in town center, paid parking fees were set at $3 during peak season, so that's May 15th to October 14th, and $2 during the low season, October 15th to May 14th. At Quarry Lake, the fees are set at $10 for 2 hours, or $10 an hour, and you have to pay a minimum of 2 hours. So that's from May 15th to October 14th, and then go to $2.50 an hour during the low season. That's October 15th to May 14th. Paid parking revenues exceeded forecasted expectations in 2022 and totaled $1.14 million. In 2023, the paid parking revenue was forecasted for $1.14 million, and by August had already reached $1.39 million. So of note, while there's a big dip in revenue during the off-season, this is related both to a lower trend in parking utilization and the decrease in parking fees during those months. So where does this revenue come from? Well, residents are responsible for 25% of parking sessions, and visitors contribute up to 95% of revenue, with residents primarily using the 3 free hours provided for their visits to the town center. Now, beginning in June 2022, parking enforcement centered around education of the paid parking program in the town center, Quarry Lake, and residential parking permit zones. During the launch of paid parking in the town center, the municipal enforcement officers, or parking ambassadors, concentrated on providing customer service and informing residents, businesses, and visitors downtown on how to use the various payment options and how to register their vehicles. They addressed confusion that some residents had that after applying for a permit and having it approved, they still needed to register their vehicle to use their 3 free hours. This commitment to customer service continues today, as the municipal enforcement officers not only conduct parking enforcement in and around town center, but also act as ambassadors for the town and the community. To further their customer service skills, they were enrolled this summer in the Tourism Canmore Kananaskis Peaks Academy to help them easily and confidently give advice to visitors to make the most of their visit to Canmore. To achieve compliance after implementation, the parking ambassadors began by issuing warnings to help educate people about the program. Once enforcement started, there was also a period where appeals were granted to residents who were unaware that they were required to register their vehicles to access their 3 free hours. The warnings and granting of appeals served as another way to educate residents about the program and gain further compliance. Now, there are just over 12,500 tickets issued during the first year of the paid parking operation through the Blink A enforcement app. 79% of these were issued in the town center, 5% at Quarry Lake, and about 15% were issued either in residential parking area zones or for parking infractions outside of the paid zones. Parking or stopping without registering or making payment made up of 81% of all tickets issued. Now, after a ticket is issued, there are a few reasons that a ticket may be voided. They could be voided as a courtesy. So for example, the owner of a vehicle arrived right after the enforcement officer placed the ticket and they decided to void the ticket. They had a little discussion, or they saw them and said, hey, I was just at the machine paying for parking. Or because there was no offense, so an appeal was awarded. Or the ticket was not paid after 30 days and went through the tag to ticket process. It was voided out of the Blink A system, and a violation ticket was written in its place and sent to the registered vehicle owner through the mail. Of all the voided tickets, 35% were voided out of courtesy, 25% for no offense, and 39% were put through the tag to ticket process. Now, the benefit of doing that process is that if a vehicle owner does not pay their parking ticket, they can either plead their case in court or pay the fine amount before they renew their vehicle registration, and this has resulted in greater compliance with the program. Of all the tickets issued, 25% were issued to those with a resident permit and 75% issued to those without. And though more tickets were issued on Saturdays and Sundays, 21% and 23% respectively, the distribution of enforcement is pretty even throughout the week. Resident and business compliance with the program has increased, and work continues with stakeholders to continue to increase compliance to help us achieve our integrated parking management goals. Okay, so with the implementation of paid parking in town center, administration has received feedback on the program from staff, residents, visitors, businesses, and the downtown Canmore BIA. The feedback is appreciated and has been thoughtfully considered and analyzed throughout the first year of operation. While not all feedback was constructive or possible to implement, there were some great ideas and conversations that were had. Generally, we have received positive feedback for the ease of operation of the Blink A app and web payment options, appreciation for the 3 free hours for residents, and the increased ability to find parking spots in the town center. While the majority of payment is made by app or web, pay machines are an important part of the payment mix and are used for about 1/3 of transactions. Pay machines were carefully placed throughout the town center on municipal land that would allow for the solar panels to receive enough power to run the machines. Feedback was received that there were not enough pay machines or that they were not well signed. Additional signage was added near the pay machines, and 5 new machines were purchased. The new machines will be installed this fall. 3 of the machines will be installed in the town center, and the other 2 will have been secured for either future expansion or as replacement should there be any maintenance or repairs required. If required, the machines within the pedestrian zone can be relocated in future seasons to high-use areas during the time the area is pedestrianized. 1 machine will be moved to address confusion, so that's an existing machine out there, because a property owner chose to add their own paid parking program to a private lot adjacent to a pay machine location after implementation. This will be a win for both the property owner and the town, and will reduce some of the frustration had by customers thinking they'd pay for parking when they were really paying for the wrong parking program. Some of the feedback has been that the machines are down often or have not accepted payment easily. There have been some challenges with a few of the machines, but given the machines are working outside in all elements and are solar powered, they have fared well. Additional signage has been placed on the machines to remind users that there are 2 other ways to pay for parking, through the app or the web portal, should the machines not be working on arrival. And they do take a little while in the morning, so if you get there, you might need it, like when your computer needs a minute to wake up, they need a minute to wake up as well. The process for permit approvals and renewals was created to ensure permits were issued only to eligible Town of Canmore residents and businesses, but administration is looking to change the renewal process to a 2-year process or distribute the permit renewal times throughout the year. This would reduce resource requirements and increase convenience for residents, especially for those requiring in-person help. Administration has heard from residents that it would be beneficial to have longer permit periods for seniors so that they would not have to go through the permit renewal process as often. Part of the challenge would be identifying account holders who are seniors and would require additional personal information, collected by the town to determine this. Instead, administration will be offering in-person permit renewal sessions for residents of all ages during either peak renewal times or throughout the year at special public engagement events, like when invited out. This was successfully done, as Andy mentioned, with the Canmore Seniors Association, and administration received positive feedback about this approach. In May, Council heard from a delegation from the Downtown Canmore BIA, who provided several recommendations for the paid parking program. The first was to offer free, non-registered parking Monday through Thursday during the off-season. The reason provided was that this encourages more traffic on slow days and maximizes the use of public parking areas. There already is free parking available to residents Monday through Thursday with their resident permit, and free non-registered parking downtown would indeed increase the number of vehicles parked downtown, but these would likely belong to employees working in the downtown area. Instead, administration has had discussions with the Downtown Canmore BIA Executive Director about running a marketing campaign geared towards residents, encouraging them to use their 3 free hours or alternative modes of transportation like fare-free transit to access downtown businesses. The next recommendation was to reduce the paid parking hours from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The reasoning was that this would provide locals who do not want to register their vehicles for parking time to park downtown for errands. But this would also allow employees working downtown to park for longer downtown for free, which would discourage turnover of parking stalls. It does not benefit businesses that are not open until 10 a.m. and possibly close at 6 p.m., so the errands that are being run downtown by locals may fall outside of that time, and they would still need to register for their 3 free hours. Utilization data was used to support the direction related to these 2 requests. The issuance of an employee pass for a nominal fee was also recommended by the BIA. This would involve dedicating one of the Town of Canmore parking lots that appear to be underutilized during some months or times of day and using them for all-day parking for employees commuting from outside of Canmore boundaries. This is being addressed through the non-resident employee monthly pass that is launching November 1st. Though the fees are not maybe as nominal as they had suggested, they are representative of the cost of providing parking to out-of-town employees and have been previously approved by Council last November. Free parking options remain a short walking distance from the town center. The next recommendation is to include the MD of Bighorn and area in the 3-hour program. This decision would need to be made by Council. Administration recommends that should this decision be made, there be some form of payment to access the 3 free hours. While the hours are referred to as free, they are still subsidized by Canmore residents' tax dollars for provision and maintenance of the parking areas. Now, allowing a grace period before a ticket is issued was another recommendation made by the BIA. This is already done in the form of the appeal process that those who were issued a ticket may go through if there's been an error or if they did not have enough time to pay for their parking before they received a ticket. Administration notes that although this does happen, it is not frequent. It is not a frequent occurrence, and the ticket is usually voided on the spot by the enforcement officer or when the appeal is received by the administrator. Soon this appeal process will actually be entirely online and easier to use, so there won't be a PDF, it'll all be done through the Blinkit portal. The final recommendation was to allow residents to register their license plates within the town rather than beginning a session to reduce the perceived barrier to coming downtown by some locals. While this would be more convenient for residents, there would be no way for enforcement officers to know when the vehicle started parking downtown and the 3 free hours was activated. This would be akin to offering free parking all day. It appears this is less of an issue over time, with a 55% increase in resident transactions in the summer of 2023 over 2022, and well over the pace of increase in visitor transactions of 15%. Administration received feedback throughout the implementation and the last year of operation that can be grouped into some key points. So while there were concerns from residents regarding spillover in residence zones, as Mr. Asarte mentioned earlier, this was largely resolved with a couple of exceptions. In Peaks of Grassy, spillover is still experienced on hot days when Quarry Lake is already at capacity. As Mr. Sarte mentioned, this area will continue to be monitored and potential solutions analyzed once construction in the area is completed, because there is still quite a bit of construction going on in the area that is a resident parking zone. Spillover also exists along 7th Avenue to the north of the town center, so just outside here and north. It's a residential street classification, however, it's unregulated and it's not a part of the resident parking permit program and has been identified as a free parking zone. While this has been an effective way to shift all-day parking out of the town center, additional parking and traffic in the area have generated resident complaints and concerns about safety, especially around Spurline Trail. So to increase visibility and sightlines, the no parking zone on either side of Spurline Trail was extended from 5 meters to 10 meters, and the crosswalk was painted with the trans pride flag colors to increase attention in the area, while also demonstrating the town's commitment to creating an equitable, diverse, and inclusive community. As the program matures, this area could be treated in the same way as other residential areas around the town center, with resident permits required north of the pond. We'll continue to monitor after the implementation of the non-resident employee monthly pass. Residents have also provided feedback around the ability to have smaller increments of time as an option, or to put in the ability to end a parking session. So this could allow for more parking sessions for residents to use their 3 free hours, allow for charging in a loading zone, and provide additional level of customer service for users. These recommendations are being explored with the vendor on the feasibility and with a quote for a request for change. To address congestion in other areas around town center, there is opportunity to expand the paid parking zones to Riverside Park and the boat launch during peak season months. Riverside Park is undergoing some road work to improve parking and traffic flow in the area. It has also been advertised as a place for visitors to park when visiting the Canmore Engine Bridge. Administration is considering other areas that may require study for new regulation and pricing, and these include public parking in remaining commercial and mixed-use development areas. Based on parking utilization targets and trends, it is recommended to increase fees during periods at or above utilization targets. These include weekends and peak season weekdays. An increase of fees will continue to help avoid congestion by encouraging turnover, minimize hunting for spaces, and encouraging mode shift in the town center. Reevaluating the peak season timeframe is another consideration that will be put forward during upcoming budget amendments. During off-peak busy times, such as winter break, February and spring breaks, special events, and weekends throughout the year, utilization of parking in the town center is reaching capacity, and there's an opportunity to apply peak season pricing to that time frame as well. It is recommended that weekends, holidays, and school breaks in the off-peak season, October 15th to May 14th, be considered as peak times and have peak pricing applied. An increase of $1 or $2 per hour during peak times will be brought forward as a recommendation during the budget amendment process. And during the initial launch of pay parking at Quarry Lake, a rate of $20 was utilized, which allowed for up to 4 hours of parking. The same effective hourly rate of $5 was utilized in 2023 with a 2-hour minimum. While this approach encourages turnover, utilization is exceeding capacity on hot days. As part of the 2023 budget process, it will be recommended that rates be increased to $10 an hour in 2023 as a part of the budget amendment process. This rate adjustment would take place for peak season, and this rate increase coincides with the planned launch of a new transit route which will provide an alternative transportation to Quarry Lake. So back in October of 2021, Council approved Resolution 231-2021 for the implementation of a paid parking program. In the report, it was recommended that Council provide administration with the ability and flexibility to make operational changes as required as the paid parking program was implemented. Council approved the implementation of a paid parking program to allow administration that flexibility. So there are many considerations when making parking management decisions regarding potential changes to the paid parking program. Some decisions are operational in nature and can be made within existing operating or capital budgets. The following decision-making framework is in alignment with Motion 231-2021 and details how decisions regarding parking regulation, permitting, and pricing changes are deliberated by administration. So there's really 2 types of changes. One is operational adjustments and the other is material program changes. So operational adjustments may include, but are not limited to, modifications to existing paid parking zones and associated residence zones as required to address operational issues. These modifications would generally affect a small portion of the zone and would not materially change revenues. Process changes for permit or monthly pass renewals, or programming changes that change payment processes on the apps. Material program changes are changes that would significantly impact revenue, require a capital budget request, or have a significant change to operating expenses. These can include, but are not limited to, proposed new paid parking zones, pricing changes, regulation changes, expanded, adjusted RPP zones, seasonal changes, and change of use of parking space. So, for example, changing a parking space to a parklet or a bicycle path, or sidewalk, bus stop, redevelopment, that kind of thing. To address parking management related issues or recommendations for changes to the way parking is managed, administration has established a parking management team. Parking management may involve multiple departments and representatives from protective services and municipal enforcement, engineering, finance, and economic development. They all may be involved in decision-making as part of this team. Sometimes there's concerns that are referred to the Traffic and Road Improvement Group, or TRIG, on which the Manager of Engineering and Manager of Protective Services are also members. And in turn, sometimes TRIG refers concerns back to the Parking Management Team. Most concerns do not have a simple or easy solution, even though it may appear that way on the surface. Decisions may require significant data collection and analysis, or be safety-related and urgent. Decisions may be operational in nature or require senior administration and council approval. Stakeholder interests may be in conflict, and there can be a wide range of opinions between them. To address these challenges and provide clarity with respect to how parking management decisions are made, the parking management team uses the following process. So first, we have a program change or issue that may require a program change. It's identified through operations or strategic planning. So for example, an issue may be raised by staff, the public, key stakeholders, partners, council, or changes may be desired based on strategic plans and policies. The nature of the issue is documented, data is collected as required, and potential solutions are identified. So if the request is safety or transportation related, it's generally better suited for the Traffic and Road Improvement Group and is referred over there. If it's related to parking management, it continues through the process as a program change request, or PCR. The PCR is then filtered for alignment through the Integrated Parking Management Plan, Integrated Transportation Plan, Area Planning, Council Strategic Plan, all of the above. It may be rejected at this point due to misalignment with strategic planning, or alternative solutions to address the root of the problem may be considered. If in alignment with strategic planning, the PCR is evaluated for priority using a tool which considers the following: the degree of alignment with the plans, the cost of implementation versus available resources, impacts both direct and indirect, ease of implementation, among others. If a PCR is deemed a priority, considerations then given whether this is something that would be typically handled operationally or requires council approval. Operational changes will typically have minimal impact on operating costs and revenues and costs of implementation that can be managed within operating budgets. PCRs that require council approval are those that require project planning, larger communications plan, or more resource intensive and have higher costs of implementation and have costs and revenues that materially affect municipal budgets. Approval is then sought as required. So if it's deemed priority, it goes, and the changes have been approved by, and resources for the change have been approved by council, the project management team can decide on priority and direct the work. And then we update our stakeholders. If changes are sensitive in nature, the parking management team may seek buy-in from senior administration first, and then a briefing note would be circulated for signatures and communicated directly through an update to the committee of the whole. If it's deemed a priority by the parking management team and resources for the change have not yet been approved by council, the parking management team managers will bring forward the budget amendments as a part of the regular budget cycle. For any urgent changes, mid-cycle budget amendments may be considered, so that might be like a significant safety concern or, I don't know, another pandemic, hopefully not. It's generally not desired. The corporate strategic team will decide on direction and direct the managers on the appropriate council approval process. Now, while working through the prior steps, the parking management team will maintain communication with those stakeholders who may have requested the change, and confirmation will be provided as to whether action, along with rationale, and if so, when, the changes can be expected. At the time of implementation, the team will communicate with impacted stakeholders as required. Oh, I'm missing a couple of things here. There we go. And then after implementation, the parking management team will monitor as required to ensure desired outcomes are achieved. And then it might go back up to another change identified. Okay, so there are some upcoming changes to the paid parking program that we will see over the next 12 months, or some next steps that we're going to need to discuss later on. So first, we'll see pay machines changes happening later this month and into early November. Currently, like the rough date is October 23rd, so cross your fingers that there's not a huge snowfall before then, but now that I said it, there might be. The transition to the low season will happen on October 15th. Rates are going to drop back down to $2 an hour in town center and $2.50 an hour at Quarry Lake. The non-resident employee pass will roll out on November 1st. It will soon be available for purchase in the permit portal, and then it'll just come into effect on the 1st. And the nice thing with these ones, just as a reminder, you don't have to, if you purchase the pass, you don't have to activate your parking every time you park in the lot. You just have to be in the right lot. Recommendations for program changes will be brought forward to budget amendment discussions, and that's with as related to rates and zones, as I mentioned earlier. And finally, the implementation of new permit renewal changes and any other program changes approved by council during budget deliberation will be done in spring of 2024. So we are going to make some administrative changes to the permit renewal process, which we'll see in before the next permit renewal season. So in closing, the paid parking program has been successful in accomplishing the goals of the IPMP. Lower value all-day parking has moved outside of prime parking areas, and higher value short-term parking has been prioritized, with high turnover for residents and visitors observed in our lots. Convenient parking is available at most times for customers, though we are reaching capacity at peak times throughout the year. Residents using their free parking hours represent a large and growing share of parking use, with up to half of parking being residents during off-peak times and 25% overall. Congestion in and around the town center is manageable, with less hunting for parking spaces and a growing share of trips taken by foot, bicycle, and transit, particularly at peak times such as long weekends. As the program matures and grows, we will continue to look for opportunities and improvement in alignment with the Town of Canmore's strategic goals and priorities. So that's it. I now open it up for any questions you might have for the team.
Great. Well, thank you to both of you and to all involved. Ms. Beeswaz was also involved in submitting this report. This is a very comprehensive report, and the information is very much appreciated. Opening it up to council questions. Councilor McCallum.
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation. The report itself is really complete and really quite impressive, and I think that any question I could have possibly had, except for the one I'm about to ask you, could be found in this report. It certainly was read in two chunks because there's a lot to consume. My question is as you had articulated in the report that we've gotten some feedback about the Blink A app and about the machines. And I know that this is an app that is used in Banff, and actually in my home community of Hamilton, it's used in a lot of places, so I get to use the app multiple times. My question is, what are we doing differently than those communities are doing? Because I don't hear the same type of concern happening in Banff, or maybe it is and I'm just not listening to the right channels. What's the difference?
That's a good question. We're not really doing anything different.
Okay, it's not the machine itself, like the...
No, in Banff, they have the same challenges with the pay machines being down frequently.
Okay.
We don't have coin on our machines, so we don't open it up as much as possible, so ours are actually down a little less frequently.
And Banff does have coin.
Yeah, they do have coin. So it's I think part of it is we have had a fairly vocal online group.
Oh, I'm not on those
And
channels, so.
That's mostly where I hear feedback from of things not working instead of that feedback going directly to us. I see it online first.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. That was my only question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to the shorter parking iterations, such as the 15 minutes instead of the 30 minutes, you said there was a quote. When will we hear back on that? And if there's a possibility of that coming at a certain time frame? Mm-hmm.
Hopefully during budget amendments.
Okay, within the next couple months. Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Just clarifying one statement, $2.50 an hour at Quarry Lake minimum?
So during the off-peak season, it's $2.50 an hour.
Minimum 1 hour.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then peak season, you have to pay for 2.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. There's no motion to pass here. This was to provide us with the review. We'll now move to H6, which is the paid parking revenue allocation model, PPRAM proposal. Ms. Miller, this is you.
It is now. Yeah.
Please continue then.
Sorry for switching it up on you, Cheryl. So, good afternoon on behalf of Ms. Biswas. But Mr. Sarte and I did contribute to this report as well, so really any of us could be up here and do a fantastic job. Okay, so in response to the direction from Council, administration has developed a framework for paid parking revenue allocation to include, first, a mechanism to continue funding municipal paid parking priorities, and to create a sustainable funding source to support advancing the integrated parking management plan. So the purpose of the paid parking revenue allocation model, or PPRAM, as I will refer to it from now on, is to provide a framework for decisions related to paid parking revenues and set out guidelines, rationale, and identify the information needed to support the distribution of net paid parking income in a manner that helps to alleviate some current and future pressure on operating and capital budgets and reserves. The PPRAM report presentation today is to talk about the principles and methodology that will be applied to this model. The actual allocation numbers will be discussed during the Finance Committee budget deliberation meetings in November. So once Council approves the model today, the framework for decisions related to parking revenues will remain as is, but Council can decide the actual allocation amounts during the budget deliberations each year. So today, model, that's it. So there are 3 main principles that make up this model. The first principle is cost recovery. So the full cost of parking management should be covered with the revenues of the paid parking program. Each budget cycle, the program costs are approved by Council based on projected resource requirements and estimated revenues. The second principle is benefits and subsidies. The cost of parking should be borne by those that benefit from parking, with a user pay approach being preferable to general taxation. This approach directs a greater share of costs to those directly benefiting and reduces subsidies. Making local transit fare-free, offset by parking revenues, was identified as a primary strategy for parking management. Offsetting a portion of the costs of local transit with parking revenues continues to be a complementary strategy in support of parking goals and is consistent with Council's strategic plan. The third principle is the management of public assets. The town has a responsibility to appropriately manage and maintain its assets to ensure the ongoing function and benefit to the community. This principle recognizes that the cost of life cycle maintenance of roadway and parking assets should be considered when determining the allocation of the paid parking revenues. So today, the paid parking revenue allocation model proposal will follow these principles, and administration is recommending that paid parking revenues be allocated in the following manner. First for operating expenses, then to local transit services, then contribution to the reserve, then to the Town Centre Grant Program, and to the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation. So first, operating expenses. Based on the cost recovery principle, the paid parking revenues will first and foremost offset direct costs associated with the paid parking operations. Next, it is recommended that paid parking revenues continue to cover a portion of local transit costs that would have otherwise been covered by user fees or tax funded. To ensure sustainability of this vital service, administration is recommending that Council approve a fixed amount for each fiscal year of transit operations within the 2-year budget process as a priority for directing paid parking net income. This amount will be informed by the Bow Valley Regional Transit Services Commission budget requisition. Next is the contribution to reserve. The paid parking program has changed since conception, and strategies from the Integrated Parking Management Plan are now being applied more broadly to the whole community. Maintenance of roadway and parking assets represents a significant cost in the capital plan. Parking revenues can offset a portion of the costs associated with providing roads and parking and maintaining parking management assets like pay machines. Council had approved a program-specific paid parking reserve to fund improvements in areas where paid parking has been implemented. Administration is proposing to eliminate the paid parking reserve and instead rely on the principles outlined earlier to direct parking revenues to the Asset Replacement Rehabilitation Reserve. It is recommended that a share of net parking income be allocated to the Asset Replacement Rehabilitation Reserve to fund future maintenance and replacement of road and parking capital assets. In November 2022, Council directed administration to develop a Town Centre Grant Program in consultation with the BIA. The objective of the grant was to create a mechanism through which some paid parking revenue could be used to enhance the town centre. The Town Centre Grant Program was established as a means through which the BIA can apply for funding to support the delivery of projects, programs, or initiatives that enhance the Canmore Town Centre in ways that are aligned with Council's strategic plan and other guiding documents. This grant program has the potential to advance recommendations from the Downtown ARP. There are significant infrastructure capital needs outside of this grant program, and therefore this grant stream will be used for capital or operating programs and services with no recurring operating impact to municipal taxes. It's our recommendation that Council determines the grant funding as a part of the 2-year budget approval process. Unspent grant funds are set aside in the Asset Replacement Rehabilitation Reserve for future Town Centre Grant Program needs. The Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation is a co-owner of Quarry Lake, and 50% of net paid parking revenue attributed to Quarry Lake operations would be paid to the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation, subject to the final executed agreement, which will come to Council when finalized. Exact amounts will vary each year based on actual Quarry Lake operations, revenues, and expenses. Currently, town administration is working with the foundation for an agreement to be developed between both parties. So this is an illustrative example to show you how the allocation will work. As expenses and revenues associated with paid parking will continue to change over time, this table will be updated as part of the town's regular budget process. So based on 2023 projected revenues and expenses, the 2024 revised budget is outlined here. Additionally, the revenue allocation model will be reviewed in the next budget cycle to validate the approach as more paid parking data becomes available. In an unlikely event that the paid parking revenues are not sufficient to cover all the operating expenses, then a draw from the tax stabilization reserve would take place, so there's no impact on taxes. The allocation may look different at that time. In such a circumstance, the paid parking operating expenses need to be reduced while looking for strategies to increase the paid parking revenues. So the recommended motion is that Council approve the paid parking revenue allocation model as presented and direct administration to bring back a revised reserves policy to eliminate the paid parking reserve and to transfer the balance from the paid parking reserve to asset replacement rehabilitation reserve by 2023 year end. Myself and Ms. Rogers would be happy to answer any questions you might have, and Ms. McLeod's here as well to answer on the town center grant program, and we still have Mr. Asarte here too, so
Great.
you got the whole team.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the team being here and for the work that all of you have done, as well as Ms. Biswas as well. My question is just to confirm that that table is illustrative, and it's not, we're not approving those contributions at this time. Any approval of the amounts would be during the budget process, correct?
That's correct. We just wanted to show you in an illustrative example how the revenue allocation model would unfold.
Great.
But it would be part of the budget process each time because revenues and expenses would change.
Perfect.
Ongoing.
Great, thank you. Looking to other members of council to see if Councillor Faubert, question?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question around council direction on intercept parking. I know that there has been direction in the past from past councils to pursue intercept parking as a solution. I know we haven't necessarily been successful. I feel like are we still pursuing intercept parking as a solution in terms of the integrated transportation master plan? Because I guess I'm a little confused around what the direction is right now.
So in recent years, council approved a couple of projects related to intercept parking. The first was to investigate opportunities for intercept parking, and through that, we identified a potential out in Three Sisters as part of development planning that's happening in that area, as well as an opportunity associated with the elevation place parking in the Panhandle. On the first, that piece where conceptual design was being developed towards construction of an intercept parking lot in Three Sisters, that was all put on hold as part of the area structure planning work and that process there. And council subsequently approved a project to develop a preliminary design for the elevation place intercept parking. That work, the preliminary design is complete. That project is still ongoing. It's a multi-year project. There's additional environmental work that's proposed to be done in 2024 to inform the 2025 budget cycle. So that's where we're sitting right now with intercept parking.
Did we explore at all opportunities where the locations we might be considered aren't ours?
We did look at potential for acquiring land. The costs at the time were quite high, and it just seemed like something that wasn't necessarily going to be feasible in light of all of the other capital pressures. So we were looking at opportunities that aligned with the planning out in Three Sisters and a lease that we already have in place with the province for the lands on the provincial site.
Would the feasibility increase if the intercept parking was linked to a train station?
Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, Banff has its intercept parking at the train station with the future vision that there would be a train to Banff, and that in terms of how they manage traffic around, like the train, that parking is connected to the train arrival. In my mind, I know that if the train happens, we will likely need a train station. Is that a place where we can also see other functionality in terms of services in our community, like intercept parking?
That option certainly is feasible. It would see the same challenges in terms of having to acquire a parcel of land to be able to combine the two. I think in Banff they had the benefit of a large piece of land that was already associated with former station area. We don't likely have as large of parcels, but certainly that could be explored if that was to go to a next step.
good for me for now.
Okay, cute. Dr. Cottle.
I'll just add to that, I believe in Banff, the train station on that property is private property. It's not the municipalities. And so it's also been a willing partner to the table. So that may be an option for us down the road with the train station. But we just haven't had that opportunity in the same way yet. Or down the tracks, yeah.
Yeah.
Tracks.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe a question for Ms. Miller here. With regards to the section on contribution to reserve and how it's being proposed to no longer have like the paid parking reserve and instead go that into more general pool, where does that put the priority list for, like, say, projects within the downtown area where there's been changes for, you know, implementing paid parking and stuff? Yeah. I'm just understanding, is there like a decision tree on how, like, you know, various projects are coming down, and will the downtown be factored into that sort of stuff?
It will be. As you recall, we are just embarking on the Connect project for downtown, the downtown ARP, and so that will help inform what some of those future projects will be. And then there's a process that's been developed for that specific BIA piece, which is for the downtown. But these projects are much bigger than saying just a pay machine, right? We're looking at the resurfacing of parking lots, roads. Those are all connected to paid parking and all connected to paid parking throughout the community. And so having these, again, really specific allocations and dedications of money actually hamstrings us. So that will be absolutely part of the planning, but we don't know yet what that Connect plan will recommend and what, in terms of ongoing infrastructure or new projects will be required. So that is the best place, I think, for those funds.
Okay, and so the Connect, like, this is the first time I've heard the term Connect plan. Is that the new, like, word for the downtown ARP? Just curious, haven't heard
It's
it.
the branding.
The branding, okay, all right, thank you. All right, just checking. Okay.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. Pardon me if you went over this. My brain's a little mushy at this point in time in the day. The Rocky Mountain House Foundation, will we receive that contract before we receive the PPRAM allocation structure?
Dr. Cottle?
So it's the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation.
Thank you.
And that, it's with them. So they have it. I know their lawyer has reached out to Adam, but I have no idea of the timeline. That timeline is entirely in their hands. I know they're working on it. But I can't anticipate, but it also, similar to Mayor Krausert's first question, it doesn't dictate an amount, it just dictates an equation. And so that the amount that they get will be different every year based on financials and actuals. It doesn't give an amount, it's very high level and principled. But I don't know when it's coming, it's with them.
Thank you.
Looking to see if there are any other questions. Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is a real switch from where we originally were in terms of paid parking, paying for the increase and expansion of transit in Canmore. And I understand the other argument. Yeah, we tend to not do a great job of filling up our asset management reserve at budget time and/or replenishing it when we have overages or surpluses when we see them in April, May. But I'm just wondering, like, what happened to that plan? Because that is sort of this, like, proud draw a line in my head thing that I've been able to do. Oh, paid parking, draw a line, improved transit, so on and so forth. And, you know, I would say maybe it's working a little bit differently in neighboring communities because they had a different philosophy. We're providing free parking or free transportation to everyone, whereas in Banff, they're providing free transportation to just their locals. We don't have a partner program with our hotel community at all. The hotels in Banff pay a large chunk of Banff's transit bill. So understanding that there's some diverse differences in how those two things are run, I feel like it's all fungible, as Ms. Campimo used to say. Van Campima, sorry. And I am trying to, how are we going to be expanding on that original philosophy that we had? How are we going to be expanding service and reach of transit if A, we're not charging for it, and B, we're now going to be using the paid parking reserve or paid parking revenues for this initial, what is it, $720,000 or something for the upcoming year? I feel like it's just a big dance, to be honest. And so I'm looking for some
Ms. Rogers?
direction. Like, I think if we want to put money in our asset management reserve, we should just tax and put money in our asset management reserve, because that's what it costs to run our town.
We are trying to make a connection of the kind of user pay philosophy and make a link between paid parking and some of the services that we are trying to provide. So I would say we're actually enhancing that connection or that line. When we first started with paid parking, we talked about trying to replace the fare box revenue of local transit from paid parking, which was at that time an estimate of about $70,000. And in this model that we're showing here, we're up to over $700,000 of transit support coming from paid parking. So I would say we've expanded that exponentially. It is a bit of a dance, if you will. We could put all of this revenue just into our general revenue line and then do what we talked about this morning, figure out how much we need from a budget perspective. But we lose that ability to connect paid parking to some of these services. And so the principles that we're putting forward is where we're trying to make that connection. But it's not necessarily required to be made. The other way to approach this is to say, put all that revenue in general revenue. It costs us what it costs us to provide paid parking, transit, all these other things. We'll take that off and figure out how much we need to tax at the end of the day. But I do think there is a connection to be made here. This is a more reliable funding source, and it allows us to connect paid parking and our integrated parking management plan with some benefits that are substantial for the community. So I think we're doing that.
I think they're all beneficial. I guess it's just what lines we're choosing to draw, I suppose. And again, I feel like we're trying to reverse engineer assurances that we're going to put money into our asset management reserve, where we should just put money in our asset management reserve and tax people for what it costs.
Don't disagree.
As opposed to trying to safeguard, and I get why we're trying to do it. I get why this is being proposed. I don't think there's no sleight of hand here. There's none of that happening. I don't believe any of that's happening. I guess I feel like it's a lot of work for, I just feel it's a lot of work, and I don't necessarily understand why we have to reverse engineer everything so much. And no, I actually do understand why, but I just wish we didn't have to. And I guess I wanted to recognize that it's not exactly intuitive. If that makes any sense to anybody else? No? Yes? Maybe? It's end of the day. Thank you very much for letting me rant.
Dr. Cottle?
Can I just add to it? It is end of day, so and fair point taken for all of us. I do think, though, where you started, the initial spirit and intent, I believe, is in the PRAM. Its benefit or principle 2, the benefits and subsidies principle. So the exact initial thinking we had is actually in the PRAM and central to it. So I do think part of what's happened is that paid parking, we didn't know before we instituted it, we were guessing, and then it was delayed a couple years because of COVID at what the actual revenue would be, and we're conservative in what it might be able to offset Because it has been successful, we're trying to create a model that is fitting based on what we're seeing so far. But that initial spirit and intent is purposefully worded into Principle 2 and is there. The question really is what to do with the delta beyond what the initial spirit and intent was. So.
And I don't want to say that I'm not in favor of sharing revenues with the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation or with Downtown BNI. That's not what it's just more about the asset management piece that I'm kind of struggling with, but I'm the only one. That's cool, thanks.
Looking for any other questions? Councillor Mott?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I guess part of my concern is if there's a potential for scope creep, where if we have funding dedicated for before it was more clearly earmarked for say road transit or BIA. As we go into this, is there a potential for that funding to diminish, or where does it go? And yeah, my question is just questions of change in scope. So currently, there's a sense, okay, well, we know this money goes to Brome and this money goes to BIA. And sometimes I think when I read this here, I get a little bit confused and is this going to sort of shift that around and those waters get a little murkier on how, and how those allocations would be?
That's why we're looking to approve a model.
Yeah.
That sets it out. And then we actually approve the amounts at budget time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. My head hurts.
See if there's any other questions. I don't see any. Okay, thank you for the presentation, for all the work on this. I will then move that council approve the paid parking revenue allocation model, PPRAM, as presented, and direct administration to bring back a revised reserves policy, FIN 007, to eliminate the paid parking reserve and to transfer the balance from the paid parking reserve to asset replacement rehabilitation reserve by 2023 year end. I would like to speak in favor of this motion. I had the same understanding of what paid parking was going to, funding would be, or revenue would be used for, after covering its own costs, of course, and drawing that line to transit. And said so many times to so many people, this provides free transit, which it does. It does support that. And I do see the rationale for supporting the asset replacement rehabilitation reserve. I'm not certain I'm convinced on the division of it yet. And one way or the other, whether through this or taxes, we need to make sure that we're not foregoing saving for the asset replacement. And the fungibility is I mean, if funds is something to consider. We could put all of this towards transit, subject to the costs and those, the grants. And then basically that would reduce the amount that we're paying outside of this towards transit and put that money towards asset rehabilitation. But the past has shown that it's easier to cut in that regard. We just have to be disciplined to not do so. That said, I think that that's one line in this, and one way or the other, we provide transit. This is an excellent source of revenue for that, while moving us along our transportation mode shift objectives. And so we'll deal with the amounts at budget time. In the meantime, I think that this sets out some clarity for everyone so that it's not every year, what do we do with the revenues? We have a sense of where they do go. Councillor Frobert, your thoughts?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have some of the similar concerns as Councillor McCallum. It was the question, I was waiting for the debate to kind of get into it, but I believe that we should continue to connect the paid parking revenues to a paid parking reserve. I'm not in support of eliminating the paid parking reserve, and I don't support Principle 3. I think that the asset replacement reserve is not necessarily, doesn't align for me in terms of the original council direction around paid parking revenue. And the key distinguishment I will make is that in my mind, I saw paid parking revenue leading to transportation and downtown improvements, not asset replacement. And I know while you could argue that replacing the assets that need to be replaced are an improvement, when I think of improvements, I think of things that don't already exist. So additional transit routes, additional transit hours, and I'm going to come back to the intercept parking, because one of the key barriers around finding an intercept parking solution is cost of land. If we had a revenue source to help us address that, which I believe paid parking could be, I think that could lead to additional integrated transportation management plan solutions. I see the philosophy that the asset management is connected, but I believe that it should be more anchored into transportation improvements and not transportation or asset replacement. And I don't know if I'm expressing myself really well right now. It has been a long day. Transit.
I think you're doing fine.
Okay. I think that there are going to be more demands on transit because we have a very successful system. And so I think that in terms of the allocation of revenues over the next several years, we probably will have a better understanding of that delta. And I think it's going to be beneficial for council to be able to continue to track a direct line between paid parking revenues and the reserve. And then at budget time, make those, approve those decisions on what to use those money for in the capital plan. I think the word fungible really does come into play here because, and the fact that I think, yes, we need to put more money into our asset replacement reserve. I agree with that. But I think that in this circumstance, I don't think it aligns for me in terms of what I'd like to see. And I just on my experience, I'm prepared to put forward a motion to postpone and direct administration to come back with changes to Principle 3 if there was any appetite or anyone else on council who was in the same boat and kind of wanted to see that paid parking reserve maintained. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, and so speak up if that's something that might interest you. Councillor Graham.
This has been a really, it's only 3 o'clock, but it feels like it could be, it's 4, it feels like it could be midnight.
We're almost done.
I spent the morning talking about direct links between money here and money there. I too am struggling with this a little bit. I want to be able to say to the public that paid parking pays for this, this, and this. We definitely need to deal with asset management and the reserves there as well. Councillor Faubert, if you wanted to put that on the table, I wouldn't object.
Councillor Maw.
I was just going to say, Councillor Fair, if you want to put something down, I will see if I can pick it up.
Councillor McCallum.
So, yeah, I'm down with that. I just want more time to actually chew this over is where I'm at right now. I think I thought I might be the only person in the room that was thinking this, and now I just want to make sure that I'm thinking it through properly. But a question through the chair to administration, is this particular piece of the PPRAM, which is a stroller, by the way, haha, is this being guided by the fact that administration is trying to bring back a budget that's within 5% as per council instruction last year? No?
No, I would say the principle is guided by the fact that paid parking has a significant amount of infrastructure and capital costs
Right.
that need replacement over time, and in order to continue to run that program.
Right. And so with those, you know, when we're looking at assets, those are assets that are attached to transit as well as other, but there is obviously like a line item as to like life cycle replacement, et cetera, for transportation infrastructure, transit infrastructure. Do we know what that number is outside of the bigger number, like carved away? Like, shit, and everyone's like, who is she looking at? That's what they're all trying to figure out. Who the heck is she looking at?
Is your question, how much do we need in the asset and rehabilitation?
Yeah, how much do we need, like what percentage of the entire asset asset
And rehabilitation.
reserve, thank you, is actually specifically related to transit? Is it? Yeah.
No.
No, okay.
Okay, because that would be like a really great ballpark number to know, because that's what I would actually like to see within that, perhaps in that paid parking budget. I'm not really speaking well at all. So if somebody wants to put that
right,
postponing motion on so that I can close my mouth and let my brain think a little bit more, that would be really great.
All right.
I'm not ready to vote on this today. Let's put it that way. I'm not ready to vote on this today.
Let's go over to Councillor Faubert then. I think you've been given some expressions of interest.
Thank you. Madam Clerk has my motion. And I think I wanted to add, in my mind, I felt that the paid parking reserve was still a place where we could do asset replacement for paid parking assets, right? Like it didn't need to be, like I felt like that was still in the reserve policy and could, perhaps the paid parking reserve policy needs updating as well, but I can read it out. Sent. That council postpone approval of the principles of the paid parking revenue allocation model and direct administration to return with changes to principle 3 to continue to direct revenues towards the paid parking reserve. I could just end it at changes to principle 3. Or I could leave it as is, but I felt that principle 3 was the area that some more conversation might.
Since we have a motion on the table, could it just be that council postpone this matter and direct administration to return with changes to principle 3?
And since, Your Worship, since you haven't read the motion out, it's actually not on the table. So
No,
I can change it.
the original motion's on the table.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I did read it out, yeah.
I thought you meant this one.
No, not this one. So I'm just asking you
Yeah.
and direct administration, so we can get rid of approval of the principles of paid parking revenue allocation model. Right there. There, yeah, oh yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay, does that meet with your, okay, so that then process-wise ties in with the motion on the table. Would you like to say anything further with respect to this amending motion before inviting others to speak to it?
No, I think that if this comes back, there'd be some more time and consideration around, what vision and strategic direction I think we as council want when it comes to how this money is allocated.
So is the primary concern with Principle 3 then, is that in fact that this is covering asset rehabilitation?
I'm okay with like asset replacement of paid parking. But I think that there's the paid parking reserve still has functionality because it still contains within its purpose intercept parking. And I think that that's something that we could use revenue towards from paid parking. But out of the entire, everything else in the revenue allocation model, I totally agree with. I totally agree with. And I agree that we should be putting money into reserves. I just think we're not sure which reserve at this time.
Okay. So what I'm hearing, and I'm just elaborating this because obviously administration's going to need to know the direction. What I'm hearing is that you're not opposed to transit or of course the cost of paid parking, transit, downtown grant, the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation piece. You're not opposed to any of those. It's the it's the tool, the mechanism by which those are paid, and that perhaps the paid parking reserve is the mechanism to deal with those.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody else wishing to speak to this motion? Councillor Hillstad?
I'm not sure if this would be adding to the motion or just general question, just because looking at the paid parking reserve and the definition of it, because again, I like everything that's currently in there to fund improvements in areas where paid parking has been implemented and or to fund fare-free transit services and or to fund off-site parking-related infrastructure such as intercept parking and shuttle services. I'm just wondering if we expand on the definition of the reserve to include and to replace paid parking assets. And of course, I don't have good words right now for that, but if that's an option, just basically, again, then it's specifically going to cover the cost of running the program now and into the future because those assets are replaced. And to me, I would include the surface parking lots because that's part of the paid program. So if we need to redo those lots at some point, if this fund can pay for that later down the road, great. If we decide to use money for something, that's just where my mind goes, because then it's still somewhat fulfilling what administration has brought forward with the asset part of it. So yeah, I'm just not sure if that should be added to this or if that's just kind of already captured.
What I'm hearing from this, and I'm hoping then is the actionable item that can arise from this, is that we're not there yet. And that there's concerns with some of the mechanisms and the elimination of some of the things that are in the paid parking reserve. And so however it is, tweaking that or tweaking the other to make sure that we're not throwing out some good things and we're not including things that are probably not part of the site. So I think there's been a lot of discussion about, is this the proper place for the asset replacement rehabilitation funds? And if it is, to what extent? And maybe it has to be more specific and limited. What are we losing by getting rid of a paid parking reserve that there's been some expressions of interest for keeping? So in that spirit, I'd be prepared to support this postponement motion. Would anybody else like to speak to it? No. Okay, in that case, I will call the question on the postponing motion. We need to have actually a specific return date under our rules. Yes, so Dr. Cottle?
Yeah, and just
Do you
on
have a
that,
recommendation?
I'm a bit concerned about how we're going to meet the original motion, which is that we return prior to the 2024 budget amendment in the fall of 2023. We begin budget meetings before the next council meeting. Anyway, there's been, I just don't know how much workload this is with the livability task force starting. I don't know how much capacity we have to return to the drawing board before budget approval. So I just want to flag that we may need to do some kind of postponement of a decision on this part of the budget. I'm not sure. We need time, though. There was no feedback at agenda review, which is fine, but we're not prepared to think about how much time this workload will take. Yeah, so I guess it would be just looking mostly to Therese and Scott for time frames on the ability to do this given other workload. January?
Can I suggest that we move it to November 7th? And if coming back November 7th, there's an alternative timeline or process that will give administration time to bring that response for us to consider?
Then we still have to write a report for November.
Councillor Faubert?
Would it be, may I suggest that we actually postpone it into could we postpone it to Finance Committee for budget discussion around the paid parking reserve? Does that make sense?
I don't think Finance Committee has the authority to approve this, but this would still have to come back to council.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I see. Sorry.
Thank you, Matt. The clerk is just saying we could refer it to Finance Committee for discussion, and then out of Finance Committee, it could be directed back to council. So maybe that's the best way to do it.
Okay.
Although,
I like that.
Anyway, so we refer this to the Finance Committee. Yeah.
I think that that's a very good suggestion, because through that discussion, I think we'll be able to, in real time, perhaps nail down some commonly held principles that then will de facto become the PRAM, and then it can be recommended to council for approval along with the budget. Okay, so, yeah, so.
Could we know on the specific dates? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Could we just say the 2023 Finance Committee budget process? We have several. I don't know that we need to pick a specific meeting. I think, I don't know, I'm looking to the clerk if that's clear enough direction that it's the 2023 Finance Committee budget meetings.
Okay, so I think to clear this up, actually, because we have a motion on the table, I would like to just, let's have it, I'd like to withdraw the motion, the original motion, and then move that this is referred to the Finance Committee.
Yeah, and we can take out all the Principle 3 stuff and just, yeah.
Yeah, just refer this matter to the Finance Committee 2023 budget meetings, period, and get rid of the rest of it.
Would, yeah, 2024.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, it's the 2023 meetings for the 2024 budget.
What's happening?
2023 meetings, let's do that.
With respect to the, okay,
Yeah.
budget. Okay. So I think that that's a cleaner way to go. You're happy with that?
Yep.
And so you've noted, I've withdrawn the motions, so they're not on the table anymore. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion to refer it to the Finance Committee?
Thank you.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is a great way to go. I think when we're in the mix of doing all our finance committee stuff, we'll have greater context over what's happening. I'll probably make a better decision. We are building this PRAM as we are pushing it. Thank you.
We are building this PRAM as we are pushing it. You know how some TV series, each episode is named after something that is said? Well, the name of this episode is We Are Building This PRAM as We Are Pushing It. There we go. Okay. With that then, I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move that we adjourn the meeting. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Good work, everyone.